Boom, boom, bum, boom, bum, 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 boom, bum. Can keep my hands on myself. Pick 'em up, dust 'em off, put 'em back up on the shelf. Kiss the little baby girl is in need. Am I coming out of left field? Hey, what's up? What's up, babe? How you doing? Everyone, I'm live. All right. Sweet, 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 sweet. How are you guys doing? How's everybody doing today? We're doing well. We're doing well, at least on my end. Let me turn this on real quick. Okay. We're doing well. Got a couple things to go over. New One Piece chapter is out. Pick 'em up, dust 'em off, put 'em back up on the shelf. Cause the little baby girl is in need. Vegapunk giving Zeus the ability to ring candy. That's absolutely insane. Ooh, okay. We have the new chapter out. We have the newest chapter out. We will be checking. We will be going over the latest One Piece chapter first, and then we'll be going over everything else. We have a couple of things on our to-do list for the day. Can't wait. Yeah, we have a couple things on our to-do list for today. I'm not sure if I should. Well, it depends on like how our conversations go. I did finish up the script yesterday for the next video. This video shouldn't take me too long. It's only about 5 pages long. I could probably get it done within about a week. I just have to be pretty diligent with the amount of time I spend on the setting up of images. But I don't think I'm going to need to set up too much, all things considered. I don't believe I'm going to have to do like too much to set this up, all things considered. I do think that it shouldn't be that bad. But either way, we'll be fucking around. We'll be finding out. It's nothing. Yo, I'm currently speedrunning Resident Evil 9, so you will be in the background noise from. Alright, that's completely fine. Hope you're doing good, Memento. Hope you are doing good. Best of luck with speedrunning. I know that speedrunning isn't exactly the easiest thing to do. Are you doing like glitchless? Are you doing all levels, I think? It's something like all levels or like all chapters, something like that, right? I don't know what the Resident Evil 9 speedrunning categories are. Are you doing it like casually, or are you trying to practice to like speedrun it a little bit better? Let me know. Where are you right now in RE9 speedrun? Ooh. Hey, what's up, Soldado? How you doing, man? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Todo bien? Kuma blitzing the Straw Hats. I think I'm probably just gonna like look over these for a bit. Who's the better taijutsu, Naruto or Sasuke? I mean, Naruto has 2 arms. I'd probably say him. I would have said Sasuke probably up until Naruto learned Frog Kumite. Nope, I have not read the new chapter. I have not read it whatsoever. Tolo Yang and you, have you read the chapter? Nope. We have it up. I'm waiting on people to show up. We're going to read it first. I'm just double checking a couple of things. Each and every one of these villains we've met was taken down by Luffy. Crocodile broke the mold by not only defeating Luffy for the first time on screen, but he went above and beyond by nearly killing him on 2 separate occasions. This immediately creates a massive gap in power between the likes of Crocodile and all the previous villains up until this point. We then transition into another villain like Enel that not only has the capacity to strike down the people of Sky Islands from his home, but he can even create massive holes in the land that completely outscale anything we've seen from Crocodile in terms of destructive capacity. This becomes even more apparent when he finishes the arc Maxim and nearly wipes out an entire country with his Rygo. Now, not every villain that subsequently appears is going to be more powerful in every stat, but they might have something within their arsenal that does supersede our previously established, that does surpass, I guess I should say surpass, our previously established characters. I don't think anyone's going to disagree with me when I say that someone like Foxy the Pirate is probably weaker overall than Enel. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that Enel doesn't suffer from some form of power creep. Now, as I've gone into detail before, Foxy can shoot beams of light in the form of his slow beam. These beams are implied consistently to be light, so there is an easy enough conclusion that one can draw that Foxy at least power creeps Enel in terms of his beam speed versus Enel's lightning. Although this only applies if you genuinely don't believe in Oda's SBS statement that says in order to dodge Enel's lightning, one must duck at light speed. Regardless of whether or not you agree with the statement from the author, a direct statement from the author, we can definitely start to see signs of power cliffing in Water 7 when we meet CP9. Hot take, 5 Elders over Kaido? I don't even think that's a hot take. I think that's honestly fine enough of a take. People want to talk about, you know, the Gorosei being weak because what if 5 Kaidos were on Egghead Island, but then they also don't consider the fact that, like, someone like Warcury completely power creeps Kaido in terms of durability, and even Saturn was capable of dealing more damage to Warcury than even Luffy was. Have you seen The Boys in the new season? I have seen The Boys. I'm up to the last season. I haven't seen the new one. I don't like watching shows. Sometimes I don't watch shows as they come out simply because I don't want to wait weekly for them. Okay. If there was one thing that Luffy didn't necessarily have an issue with in regards to Enel besides his lightning, it was his speed. Besides the instances where Enel clearly used mantra or observation haki in order to evade or counter Luffy's attacks, he couldn't necessarily evade every single hit Luffy threw at him, especially when his mantra couldn't keep up. We even see this during Luffy's final attack, where he states verbatim, he's fast, and immediately gets one shot by Golden Rifle. By the time we meet CP9, Luffy should now be capable of reacting to lightning and beams of light, yet characters like Blueno can completely blitz Luffy over and over again, even leaving him wondering where he's at. For now, Season 5 is amazing. Lovely. It's very sick. I agree. Well, that's good. I still gotta deal with that big monster that's full Leon. Nice. Let me see. Power creep. Where's that? I'm sure some would chalk moments like this up to mental nerfs rather than power creep or power cliffing, but why can't it be both? In my live streams, I've talked about the consistent growth of the Straw Hats throughout each arc. Storo states twice throughout this arc alone that the crew has gotten stronger from island to island. So it stands to reason that the Straw Hats have at some point also power crept or power clipped themselves. There's even a consistent pattern that helps us figure out how exactly they might become more powerful, and in Luffy's case, it's fighting and then eating. Throughout almost every arc/island of One Piece, we see a consistent theme of Luffy going through a hard-fought battle against his opponents, which is then followed by an entire feast with his friends and allies. After being defeated by CP9, Luffy and Zoro are given a large sum of food and sake by Nami After being defeated by CP9, Luffy and Zoro are given a large sum of food and sake by Nami. Going into his rematch with Blueno, there is a clear increase in Luffy's capabilities to the point Blueno can't land a hit. Luffy does blatantly state that he can't beat Blueno as he is, and proceeds to use second gear in order to take him out in 4 hits as far as the manga goes. This is important because after this fight, he eats some meat that he stored in his pockets, then goes on to fight Rob Gucci in base, and both characters are relative. Now, luckily for us, Oda created a quantitative system in One Piece that specifically focuses on physical capabilities, and it's called Doriki. Doriki doesn't account for devil fruit powers. It only accounts for physical prowess, and Robert Lucius has a Doriki of 4,000, while Bluno and Fukuro have a Doriki of 820 and 800 respectively. To further add to this, Frankie shows up to the Luffy versus Lucci fight and lands a strong hammer right on Lucci's chest. Robberino says that his Doriki is 5 times greater than Fukuro and proceeds to put down Frankie with a single blow. This inherently implies that Doriki is also linear. Scales up, linear. Doriki is also linear. The Doriki scales up linearly. Doriki scales up linearly. As a reminder, Luffy previously claimed that he couldn't be Bluno as he was, which means that his base form had to be somewhere around 820 as well, and yet he's not only fighting a guy who is 4.9 times stronger than Bluno in base, but he's now at the very least relative to Robbie Boy. This means that fighting, or at least in this case, undergoing a one-sided curb stomp and then eating makes Luffy at least almost 5 times stronger. I know some people don't care for the Doriki meta, but it is canon. All the numbers are not only blatantly given to us by the author, but it implies a bare minimum growth for Luffy per island. Considering island, since he objectively goes through tougher battles, than his one-sided curb stomp on Bluno. Hey, what's up, Planet Birthday? It's been a minute. How you been? What's up, Tamari? Do you believe Emissary will surpass Joy Boy? Likely should, right? It should at least be like the logical conclusion, right? I had a question about the Bleach verse, specifically about Yamato's Bankai. Sorry about that. Had to chat with someone real quick. We obviously see more forms of power creep, from Mori absorbing 1,000 shadows and splitting an island-sized ship, Kuma blitzing the Straw Hat throughout Sabaody Archipelago, and Whitebeard both creating island-sized tsunamis and later on splitting the seas. I could go into detail about the post-time skip, the obvious power cliff in regards to Luffy calling light slow, or one-shotting a pacifista when he previously needed his whole crew to stop one, but I don't think it's necessary. Just from the examples I provided, I think I provided from the first half of the journey. I think it's obvious that One Piece has consistent power creep from arc to arc. So now, let's talk about Kaido. What's up, Lapis? How you doing? Just reading the script. Yeah, sorry about that. We will be checking out the new chapter soon enough. We'll be checking out the new chapter after I'm done just proofreading this. Maybe adding a couple things, but that's basically it. And then, yeah, we'll immediately get to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah, after that, we'll immediately get to the new chapter, and then we'll start working on helping you guys maybe develop some arguments for later on, right? Chapter was great. Lovely. I'm going to read it in a second. Somebody asked me a question earlier. Sorry about this one. I had a question about Bleach, specifically about Yamato's Bankai being as hot as the sun and basically around 50 million degrees. Is this a feat not impressive, or impressive at least in One Piece? I don't know if I've seen a character necessarily have a heat stated to be as high as the sun's. I think it would be impressive as far as One Piece goes, all things considered. I know that like technically isn't lightning supposed to be hotter than the surface of the sun? Something like that. I don't know if the Yamato 50 million degrees statement is in regards to the core of the sun or the surface of the sun, Regardless, if you think that Enel's lightning or the blue fire that was shot at Luffy is anything hotter than that, then probably not. But I mean, it is also a constant source of heat, so it might be different than like an instant lightning bolt or a blast. Oh, 15 million is the core of the sun. Got it. Thank you. So yeah, probably more impressive then. What do y'all think Luffy needed to do to become stronger than Emu? Stronger Haki or new gear? I hope he doesn't get any new gears. I think Gear 5 is like the perfect final gear for Luffy to have. He doesn't really need any more power-ups per se. Maybe like the Mother Flame stuff, but I don't know if that's gonna necessarily be like an actual like new gear. So now, okay. For that, we must circle back. Now let's talk about Kaido. Okay. I'm dropping One Piece, yeah. Gear 4 of it is Gear 5 form. Why? Gear 4 is weaker in Gear 5. Like Bounce Man and Snake Man, but a Nika version. I guess that would be cool. Without going into too much detail about Don Chinjao and Don Sai being continent splitters, since it's blatantly shown to us through feats, statements, and even the narrative, since Bon Clay and Don Chinjao also imply that these characters can manipulate their AoE, we know for a fact that these continent splitters scale far below Dressrosa Luffy and Doflamingo. Doflamingo is at least implied to be weaker than Cracker, considering that he couldn't even hurt Gear 4 Luffy, and yet Cracker not only blatantly hurts Luffy through Gear 4, but he states that Big Mom sent him personally to take on Luffy after they heard he defeated Dofi. Cracker is clearly weaker than Katakuri, who blatantly power cliffs everyone Luffy has fought up until this point through raw power, speed, and even hacks in the form of Future Sight. In the form of Future Sight, his Devil Fruit Awakening. He pushes Luffy farther than anyone he's fought up until this point. Through raw power speed. He pushes Luffy farther than anyone he's fought up until this point in a fight that goes on for 10 hours and is probably considered one of the biggest generational beatdowns in One Piece. So, would you believe me if I told you Kaido power cliffs even Katakuri to such a disgustingly apparent extent that he basically had to do the one thing no other character has done up until this point in the manga's entire history, and that's one-shot Monkey D. Luffy while in his weakest base form. I'm not sure if people other than myself had this expression when they rationalized what happened, but Kaido essentially broke the current established scaling with this single feat. Luffy had to undergo training where he's told to recall how all of his strength amounted to nothing, learn a new form of Haki that destroys the user from the inside out, improve his own Future Sight, improve the Future Sight he learned in the improve the Future Sight that he learned in the previous arc. And the best he could do is make Kaido bleed from his mouth. Kaido obviously boasts some of the greatest durability, endurance, and speed feats in the series, even blitzing Luffy through Future Sight. It takes an entire gauntlet, multiple amps, internal attacks, learning Conqueror's coding, and a third round against the King of Beasts after getting knocked out and having a meal, mastering Conqueror's coding, and finally an entire awakening in order to put down the man himself. It's no wonder why people have such a hard time even considering the notion that this character has been power clipped in any way, shape, or form. After all, If it's a one-on-one, always bet on Kaido. Are you still doing? Are you good at debating? Yeah, we're gonna do a new series of questions today. I did want to go over a couple of them. What's up, Thine? But we'll go over them at 3 p.m. EST. We'll be going over them at 3 p.m. If you guys want to look at the new questions, by the way, you guys want to develop your own arguments, you're more than welcome to check this out. Take a moment, and then you guys can develop your argument. I want to kind of take Sage Mode Naruto beats Gear 4. I have Gear 4 Luffy at around country level, and Doflamingo maybe up until able to destroy Dressrosa, and Sage Mode Naruto is country. Which version of Sage Mode Naruto are you talking about, Tamari? Are you talking about... Are you talking about Sage Mode from Pain Arc? Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, there's no way that Sage Mode Naruto from the Pain Arc is country level. Not even the Ten Tails is country level. What the fuck? Sorry. Not even the Ten Tails is country level, bro. All right. And the best he could do is make Kaido bleed. Wait, where was I? Oh yeah, Conqueror's coding, and finally an awakening to put down the man himself. It's no wonder people have such a hard time even considering the notion. After all, one always been on Kaido, yeah. So now he's going to circle back to the question. Has Kaido been power cliffed? Yes and no. This question hasn't entirely been answered yet, since we haven't seen an enemy push Luffy, specifically Gear 5 Luffy, to the same extent that Kaido pushed him. However, we have seen characters like the Gorosei, specifically Warcury, tank attacks from Luffy, be it Red Rock or a Gear 5 punch. Luffy suffers. Wait. Where we have seen characters. Punch. I'm gonna put a period here. Luffy suffers a direct feedback of damage. Warcury also shows no signs of damage when Luffy attacks him. And Warcury also shows... Unlike with Kaido, Luffy suffers a direct... Unlike with Kaido, Luffy suffers a direct feedback of damage, and Warcury also shows no signs of damage when Luffy attacks him. Now, whether it's the flames on Warcury's back damaging Luffy, or the lack of visible damage shown, we now have a character that at least power crept Kaido in terms of durability. Whether it's raw durability or some kind of hacks, it doesn't matter because we have a direct comparison since both characters fought Luffy, and as I described earlier, Luffy should quantifiably become about 5 times stronger after fighting and then eating. Regardless of whether or not one believes that Kaido has been power crept in terms of durability and nothing more, we do know that he is not the main villain of the story, and nor the potential final villain, and considering the massive amount of power creep that we've seen sprinkled throughout the series, in some way, shape, or form, it only really adds credence to the idea that Kaido, like all the others, can be susceptible to the concept. But that's all I have for today, guys. If you enjoyed this style of analysis content, please let me know down in the comments. If you have any opinion on whether or not Kaido has been power crept yet, or he will be in the future, I'd love to read it. I will catch you guys all next time. Peace out. Alright, perfect. Pain should scale to the chakra he used for the Chibaku Tensei, since he's able to control the chakra, and yeah, which is around large country in size. It's not... Chibaku Tensei is not large country in size. I don't know how you come into that conclusion. I'd love to hear the reasoning for it. If it's just a visual thing, I'm gonna be honest with you. There's just no way I'm just gonna agree with that. Where the fuck is it? Itachi Pain Arcs. No, it's not that. Pain Assault. Yeah. I should probably just... Yeah, I should probably just set it up in such a way. Like, this is not a country. This is not the size of a country. These are just a couple of mountains. This is not the size of a country, A. And B, the visuals are weird. I mean, the visuals can be as weird as they want. I don't think a portion of a forest and a couple of mountains equates to an entire country. I think a country would be a lot more than just a couple of mountains and a forest. And then the other thing is, you don't scale to your chakra in the sense that you don't scale to the actual upper end of your chakra. What I mean is, if you have chakra that's like, I'm just gonna use a term for this, mountain level worth of chakra, right? If you have mountain levels worth of chakra, that doesn't mean every single jutsu, every single punch, every single ability you use is mountain level. That just means that overall the chakra quantity you have either equals to that of, like, let's say a mountain's worth of reserves, or you can blow up a mountain. That doesn't mean that any jutsu you perform just automatically scales to that. If he used the entirety of his chakra, I'm talking about from like 90 to 100% of it to like down to like what, 1 or 2%. If he used like 90 to like 98% of his chakra to perform this jutsu, sure, I could agree it's like that powerful, right? But I don't have a reason to believe that somebody just having a single jutsu makes every other jutsu that powerful. It just doesn't make sense. Would the infamous hill-splitting feat between Ichigo and Aizen get similar interpretation, or is the context there different? With them, they're clearly wiping out the mountains just by clashing swords, but it's still only mountains, and it's really just hills. They're not even really mountains or hills. So basically having a water gun that can contain a sea's worth of water. Yeah, just because you have a water gun that has a sea's worth of water doesn't mean that every spritz of water is equivalent to that quantity of ocean water. It doesn't mean that's the case, right? Bro, I did the detonator arc in an hour. You can do it faster than me. Who do you think is bigger moron in Bleach? Uryu for his double agent stupidity for killing the Soul King, or Orihime for not training or expanding her rejection or powers phenomenon? Definitely Uryu. With Orihime, it's just one saying that she's stupid for not working on or improving upon her abilities. That's not how that works. Just because you put chakra into ninjutsu doesn't mean every ninjutsu is as powerful as the rest. Correct. No, I agree with that. So if you put chakra into a ninjutsu, that doesn't mean that it's as powerful as every other ninjutsu that you have. So why would I believe that Naruto is equal to Pain's Chibaku Tensei? Why would that even mean that? He didn't destroy the Chibaku Tensei, he didn't overpower the Chibaku Tensei, he didn't even clash with it. He was using a form that was more powerful than a Sage Mode. And he simply forced his way out with Nine-Tails Chakra. How is Sage Mode Naruto country level? That doesn't make any sense. It's clearly Uryu, by the way. It's clearly Uryu, Thor's Hammer. There's no fucking way anyone is going to sit here and tell me that Orihime not being optimal with her powers somehow means that she's as big of a fucking moron as Uryu, who went out of his way to help Yhwach get the Soul King's powers, and then his big plan was to just drop the castle. So we're just assuming now that you can kill Yhwach by having him fall from a high enough distance because he scales to Pain, who scales to it. That's not how that works. That's very simplistic chain scaling that doesn't even remotely add to the fact. Can you show me a single jutsu that Naruto has in the Pain arc that is as powerful as that Chibaku Tensei? A jutsu that is, objectively speaking, as powerful as that Chibaku Tensei. Yeah, I just wouldn't agree with that. Anyway, I think the script is looking fine. Let's check out the new One Piece chapter. I'm gonna give anybody who does not want to be spoiled yet, I'm gonna give you guys a small, a 1 minute chance to like step out real quick. We'll start reading the chapter afterwards. I'm excited to see what's going on. Hopefully, my predictions for this is that we'll have Imu finally truly interact. Is this good to scale Zoro? AP, Continental, DC, Country, Speed FTL. Pain is clearly able to be considered country level. He can destroy the Vatican, hypothetically. Yeah, I mean, I guess, right? If you can destroy the Vatican, you can technically destroy a country, right? Yeah, I mean, why not, right? How big is the Vatican anyway? I heard the Vatican, if I remember, I've been to the Vatican City before, but I was going through, at the time I was really sick. I was really sick with an autoimmune disease, so I was just trying to find my way out. Dude, getting out of Vatican City when you're trying to, like, just find a bathroom is so fucking annoying. It's like running through almost a maze, because I had multiple people tell me where to go. But I was gonna lose it there. I almost cried trying to get out. What's the size of Vatican City? What type of logic is that? It scales to his AP because he created it with his chakra, meaning he's able to output enough chakra to create it, meaning he's able to output that much into attack potency. Just because you put chakra into a ninjutsu doesn't mean that every ninjutsu is as powerful as the rest. There you go. You just countered your own logic. 109 to 121 acres. 0.9. Okay, so it's less than a square mile. It is roughly 0.6 miles at its widest point. What about San Marino? What's the size of San Marino? San Marino. Strawman fallacy? How is it a strawman fallacy? It scales to his AP because he created it with his chakra, meaning he's able to output enough chakra to create it, which means he's able to output that much into AP. Right. And how does that mean that Naruto is able to scale to Pain in terms of that level of attack potency? Because last time I checked, Naruto lost to Pain. Naruto characters are more considerably broken, to be fair. I would not say they're more considerably broken compared to what exactly, Patrick? What do you mean by that? I'm not debating you guys. You guys will be debating each other. It's 61.2 square kilometers, so about 23.6 square miles. That's way fucking bigger. Yeah, that's way bigger. Oh, One Piece standards? Yeah, no. Naruto characters do not overall have better hacks than One Piece characters, I would argue. There are certain jutsu that you can argue are very broken, like Kamui. There's Kamui. You can maybe argue Tsukuyomi. You can argue Izanagi. Creation of all things, but that's been used to, like, basically just make the tailed beasts. And, I mean, fuck, what else is there in Naruto that's pretty fucking busted? Trying to think here. Particle Style's pretty fucking good, too. Particle Style's pretty damn good. Pretty broken. But, I mean, you're comparing that to a verse where people can literally just become an element and are just immune to all physical forms of trauma. Because he's able to damage Pain, and that's how... so you're telling me that Pain is as powerful as Chibaku Tensei? You're telling me that Pain's durability is as high as Chibaku Tensei? That's not how it works. Because he could most definitely destroy Sealand. How big is Sealand? Sealand? Sealand is 4,000 square meters. That's like 4 kilom... Actually, no, that's actually smaller than that. 1 to 12 kilometers off the coast of... Okay, no, it's off about that much. Sure. Pain in the anime punched the ground super hard and it caused the ground beneath them to stream of water into an ocean. I wouldn't call it an ocean. They were still fighting inside the leaf. The best you could say is that he made a small lake. And I wouldn't necessarily say he did that with a punch. I would say he probably used not Chibaku Tensei, Almighty Push for that, but I guess you could argue it is a punch. That would probably make Pain in the anime more impressive than in the manga. Durability doesn't always equal AP, by the way. So if durability doesn't always equal AP, why should I believe that Pain has mountain or country levels, as you stated, country levels of AP? Can you read out the debates, or will that just take too long? I'm asking because I have poor eyesight. Okay, I can read them out for you. I don't mind doing that. I can read them out. Let's go back here. Library, content, miss. Okay, so the questions for the debate. Also, Sakura destroyed the entire island. What island did Sakura destroy? When did she destroy an island? When did that happen? Because that definitely didn't happen at any point in the 700 chapters of Naruto. If you're going to bring up an anime-only feat, I would have no context for it. What's more infuriating is that Uryu betrayed the Stern Raiders while they were still fighting the Soul Reapers district. Yhwach would never have gotten to the palace in the first place. The war? When did she destroy an island in the war? Can you give me the chapter number for it? Can you give me a point in time? Micronations count as countries? I mean, you can count them as a country, but I don't know if you would say it would take the same amount of force to destroy a regular country as it would to destroy, like, Vatican City. Although I guess I shouldn't probably say that out of context. Can Sakura tank her own punch? Maybe. If I remember right, there was a statement somewhere, I think it was in one of the novels. I remember reading about this a while back, that, like, Sakura and Tsunade essentially break their own fists with their punches, but they use medical ninjutsu to heal them. So, there is an argument that Sakura can't even tank her own punches. Were you talking about Agnologia versus Kaido? No, because you know for a fact I don't know where Agnologia scales. Okay, so the questions are,
Should the battlefield become more important in cross-verse debates? And in addition to this question, there's a second half. Should certain characters get a beneficial battlefield if it's necessary for their powers / toolkit? When she punched the ground in 10 mini 10 tails and she destroyed an island's worth of land. Okay, can you explain to me real quick how exactly? Because I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying that I necessarily disagree, but I would absolutely appreciate it if you could do me the kindness. One moment, please. If you can do me the kindness of explaining to me how exactly this is the size of an island. I'm lost in this conversation. Can you tell me how exactly this is the size of an island? Because these guys, I counted the number of Ten Tails clones that there were here. That's like 63 clones. It was like somewhere around like 63 or 80. It was like something around those numbers. I don't think that... Hey, what's up, One Smart? I don't think that 63 to 80 clones can equal that of an island's worth of size. I asked because there was a guy who mentioned Agnologue and Kaido's AP. Oh, I don't know, man. They're probably just having they probably were just having a conversation. The second question is battle IQ worth talking about? I mean, looks like quite the impact, isn't it? I mean, yeah, but how big is the impact? I don't care what the impact looks like. I care how it actually scales, and I can't give you an actual scale for this. As far as I'm concerned, she just destroyed a bunch of ground underneath her. That's it. That's all she did. There's no statement that implies she destroyed a massive amount of ground. There is no statement that implies she can wipe out a country. Or an island. There's no statement that implies this was the force to destroy a mountain. There's no statement that implies anything. She just destroyed the ground beneath her. As far as I'm concerned, all this is just a bunch of ground being broken. I have absolutely nothing to go off of with this. Besides the number of clones, Ten Tails clones that there are, and most of them are about the size of the same person. I mean, yeah, if Sakura is in Kame House in the Dragon Ball verse and she punches the ground, I guess she could destroy that small island. Yeah, I guess she would be island level, right? Fuck it. There are islands bigger than countries, right? Yeah, some islands can be bigger than countries. Technically, Australia is its own island, as well as being a country, and also a continent. Okay, the third question is pixel scaling reliable? Number 4, should creation equal attack potency or destructive capacity? And finally, should all magic power systems that are literally named magic, not chakra, not haki or devil fruits, not jujutsu, sorcery, no, magic, it has to be named magic, be considered the same thing in a cross-verse fight, regardless of verse equalization? Okay. Those are the questions. We will start that up at 3 p.m. Let's get on with the... Holy shit, Emu looks crazy. Why does he have polka dots? I wasn't expecting polka dots. Ooh! He disappears. He appears right in front of them. Whoa, he just blitzed them. Who is the king of this country? Holy shit, Emu looks crazy. Who is the king of this country? Don Continental feat. You're gonna give us the Sakura Island feat? Okay, so let me explain one thing, right? Let me explain one thing. The Don Chinjiao Continental feat is a continental feat because Don Chinjiao states verbatim, not from my interpretation, not from anything, he states, this is a continent known as the Crystal Ice Sheet. Cracking it requires a monumental force directed at a single point, and then he splits the continent. Sakura jumps up into the air, punches the ground beneath her. I have nothing to go off of. No, I don't have to give her anything. There is absolutely and objectively speaking no fucking reason for me to give this person, this pink trash bag, anything even in remotes to a kind of scaling feat for this, because I have nothing to go off of. This is not an island. They're not fighting on an island. This is not an island. It's not stated to be an island. It's not stated in any way, shape, or form to be anything. It is just a punch. He says right here, I'm never talking back to Sakura. She'll turn me to dust. It might be even greater than Tsunade's. A massive chakra over 3 heads. Yeah, it doesn't give us anything. Chenjiao's feet, since we don't know how big the ice... I mean, I don't care how big the ice continent is. Continent. I don't care. I really don't care how big it is. Right here. Continent. States right there. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how big it has to be. We'll take an example of Vatican City, which is a country, but is as big as a city. Yeah, but that's a very specific scenario where we know that the country is the size of a small city. That's a little different than saying a continent in a story where the islands can also be the sizes of continents. That argument doesn't work, Tamori. Who is the king of this country? Who the heck are you? This country doesn't have a king. Great one. Supapan? What are you doing, Summers? He just... No! Not Gerd! Oh! Why did he do that? Huh? Gerd, he just cut off her fucking fingers. Holy shit. It's an ice sheet over a continent. No, it's a continent that is known as the Crystal Ice Sheet. Says right there, this continent is known as the Crystal Ice Sheet. There's no ice sheet over the continent. That's just what it's called. Gerd. Wah! Wah! Her fingers, that maggot. Do 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 ge ge ge. That's awful. What is he? Holy shit, Zoro. Oh, Zoro's... Whoa, Imu's kind of tall. Phew. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Are you another one of those knights? Whoever he is, he's an enemy. Hajuden! Hajuden, don't! We don't know what's up with this guy. Holy shit, he just cut off his arm. He just cut off his leg. Holy fuck. Stenson! Ah, get away from him. Forgive me, Stenson. Who is he? King of Hell, 3 sword style, Purgatory, Onigiri! Oh, shit. Imu blocked it with his tail. Omen? But Doom... He just flicked away Zoro? Bro just flicked away Zoro. That's crazy. Bro just got blasted away. Hadrogen shows up. What are you doing, Hadrogen? Come on. What the fuck is this? He is absolutely curb stomping them. Yo, Zoro kind of looks fucked up. What are these black flames? This is it. An omen! Quickly, Summers. There is no time to waste. Yes, great one. And then Denji just leave. And then all of this stuff just disappears. Zoro, let's get in the building for now. Everybody gather, the injured and the kids who've passed out. People of Elbaf, someone even more dangerous than the God's Knights has appeared on the island. Stay alert. Holy shit. My boy's just flying around. What the fuck's going on with his face over here? Someone else is here? So it's not over yet? Keep your weapons ready. I've had enough of all these fires and collapsing buildings. Okay. Goes in. Blasts. Shoots? What the fuck? It turned into like a little bamboo shoot. And then he shoots a little ball over there that it completely releases her. Didn't he say that only Ragnar will be able to break her out? What's going on? I've never felt hockey like this before, not even on God Valley. Oh, that's big. That's big. Now it's all burnt. Quit whining. This beats eating frozen food. Stuck up on energy while you can. Seems something crazy just arrived. Yeah, seems so. Ouch, hot. Chippy pee. Hey, what's going on? No idea, but this hockey's terrifying. If they're with the gods, with the Knights of God, they're with the Knights of God. Is their target, huh? Great one! An omen, thank heavens. Hey, who the hell are you? Sanji, that person's dangerous. Who said you could free him? Block Sanji's kick? What? Send Sanji flying. With a kick. What's with these black flames? Hey, what business do you have on Elbaf? 14 years ago, Harold was killed here. I have come to find the one responsible. He was my servant. Like hell he was. Harold was my father, and more than that, he was the king of Elbaf. I'm the one you're looking for. I see. If thou had not been there, my many tribulations could have been avoided. Where in the world would I be but Elbaf? Remember that next time, you dumbass. Oh! Oh, this is Aura. This is Aura right here. Holy fuck. Does he look about the size of them? I guess? Maybe this form specifically. He does look pretty damn big. I wouldn't say he's about as big as Kaido or Big Mom, but yeah, he looks pretty damn big. Loki's aura farming like always, that's what I'm saying, bro. If he was 666 centimeters tall, that'd be pretty interesting, actually. Ah, there we go. At the end of the previous chapter, Loki recognized the Haki while Gaban can't, which is interesting. Well, they probably just recognized that the Haki was very powerful. Let's see. Honestly, what was that? Wait. Oh. Honestly, kind of glad that Imu rocked Zoro and the Giants. He needed to aura farm, and this is fucking amazing. Imu using Amaterasu, Enda Sword, Mihawk, and Buggy upscale. But we haven't seen his shadow yet. Yeah. We haven't seen, I guess, I don't know if this would be his true form. Maybe like a combined Zoan form. This might be like his hybrid form. He's also got black wings, but he doesn't have any flames on his back. So it might not be implied that he's, it's not implied yet that he's, a Lunarian. It is interesting to see that he's got, like, this polka dot pattern on him. I do see that, like, some of Oda's art style, especially in some of the pages, does seem a bit... What's the word I want to use here? It does seem a bit... I guess blurry to an extent. Inu's battle theme is the beast face of the Revelation 13:1 from the Binding of Aizen. That'd be interesting. Because it's a scan, yeah. Can't be a Mihawk upscale. Nobody knew about Imu, though. Yes, chakra itself is AP, but if you're trying to argue Pain can punch as hard as Shibaku Tensei, then you're wrong. I would agree with that. Hard to follow. I think it would show how fast Imu is. Now, according to Loki, it was the same Haki from before. Maybe. Okay. Maybe he's referencing the Haki that he sensed inside of his father, who was taking over Imu. The Haki that he was sensing over his father. Yeah, no, Imu's definitely not the size of Kaido or Big Mom. This dude is not that big either. He's big. He's like... I would probably say Imu's probably like around, like, what, maybe 15 feet tall? Man. Imu fucked everybody up. Bro, just send Zoro away with, like, a little blast from his hand. So where would you scale Imu after this? Where would I scale him? I can't give you where. I just know that he's currently the top character I've seen so far. I've never seen people just get handled so fucking effortlessly. Jesus. This is crazy. Imu's 16 feet tall. Omen, new power source. Well, its name is that of an omen. We don't know what the omen is yet. But it does show that he definitely made Summers much more powerful. Wow. Ooh, what are these black flames? Whoa, this is it. An omen. Wow. Wow. What a chapter. He has to be below Nika. Enel did the same thing. When did Enel point his palm at Zoro and just blast him into Kingdom Come? Like, what I don't get this. Do you... Alright, I'm just gonna time you out because you're just trying to ruin the fun here. What's the fucking goal here? People here are having a fun time reading a new chapter and you have to go in here and say, Oda Glazers, this is just Enel, this is just blah blah. No one cares. Here, no, let me just pull it out. Let me just pull it up real quick. No one cares meme. Guess what? No one cares. Fantastic. This is you right now. This is you right now and this is us. We're trying to have an actual conversation about the chapter and you just gotta bring it down, man. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. I'm not a proponent for let people enjoy things. At the end of the day, I think things can be critiqued, but Jesus Christ. People here are just going off about how cool Imu looks, about how great all of this stuff sounds, and you just gotta go in and just gotta try to ruin that shit, man. Do you feel fun? Do you feel cool? Like, nobody here thinks that you're even giving an interesting perspective in any of this. We're just enjoying here the next fucking chapter, man. Imu beats Goku, I don't know about that. I definitely don't know about that. Yeah, there's no break next week, which is amazing.
I'm getting the same vibes of Aura with Emu that I did when Madara showed up in the fourth Great Ninja War. Yeah, he's kind of giving crazy vibes. He literally just blitzed himself right in front. He blitzed basically all of the giants, just popped up right in the middle of them. Emu is so interesting to me. He has a time limit, but his powers are so overwhelming. It takes time for Gerd to realize she's been cut, which is something that Brook has done. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I think it makes sense that Emu versus Nika is a parallel because both manipulate their surroundings and have a theme to them.
It might be the opposite. This might be like a nightmare. Actually, no, we already know. What was that dude's name? Killingham, right? Killingham, One Piece. Killingham, Rimu Shifu, Killingham. If Nika has the mythical Zoan model sun god Nika, Emu might be some kind of like moon god. Maybe the moon god, maybe the earth god, something like that, man. The devil's fruit might actually just be the devil. You think those dot scars are piercings or disease of some kind? I don't think so. I think it just might be a pattern from the ancient times. You think Usopp will die in this episode? Why would I think Usopp dies? It's solidifying my Sabo scaling. Wasn't he the devil fruit? Yeah. Well, it just said the devil, right? Devil's fruit. Actually, yeah. It might be yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. Luffy's a sun god. He might be just the devil. It's kind of crazy. It's nice to see a full body, though. I really wish I knew what these dots are. They're just a design choice from Oda. They're definitely tattoos from the sheer look of them. I agree. Supapung? What the fuck, huh? Gerd? Yeah. Yo, she didn't even notice. That's so fucking crazy. King of Hell versus the Devil. Another one of those nights. Whoever this is, Hajrudin don't. Bro, they're just getting sliced up. He's not even giving them a chance, dude. He's not even giving them a fucking chance. At least Chopper's there so he can, like, try to stitch them back together. But it's like, yo. The moon is too small to rival the sun. I guess. You're right about that. They are no match. They really aren't any match. They really fucking aren't. He just blocked Zoro's Purgatory Onigiri with his tail. Took no damage and then just sent him flying back. Dude, when this shit gets animated... Yo, now first of all, we know for a fact that's the same move he used on King. Was it the same move he used on King? Hold on. Was that really the same move that he used on King? No, he used Dragon's Damnation on King. He didn't use Purgatory Onigiri. Oda stealing from Tabata with this one? Why is he stealing from Tabata with this one? How is he stealing from him? That was around here. That's Sanji kicking him away. Next up is Zoro. Yeah, Zoro right here. The King of Hell. Yeah, Dragon's Damnation, King of Sword, 3 Swords, Serpent, 103 Mercies, Dragon Damnation, Berg Dance, slashes King, block, 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 Purgatory Onigiri. Yeah, no, King dodged that attack, right? Yeah. 3 Sword style Onigiri. Yeah, King dodged that attack. No point attacking now? Yeah. Holy shit, the joke went over your head. Yeah, 100%. Okay. Wait, what ad hominem? What ad hominem was yours? Yeah, you missed the chapter reaction. Oh, the only minority Zoro couldn't kill? I mean, I guess. I guess. Also, something I realized is his Dragon Damnation is named after Ryuma's monster one-shot, 103 Mercies Dragon Damnation. I didn't know that. That's interesting. That's so interesting to me. Okay. Good chapter. Good chapter. Um, I really like this chapter. I think it was I think it was a well structured chapter for the most part. I think it's interesting to see how crazy Imu just is right off the bat. Seeing him essentially flick everybody around him away, deal with everybody, basically no kind of real knockback, which also does kind of debunk the idea that Brook and Usopp were somehow like Emu level or whatever. I know that a lot of people were going at it before. Is the fact that Zoro didn't take down Emu confirm that he's red and not black? Well, one could see one does not know yet if Emu is red or black or brown or whatever the fuck. But Emu clearly has a darker Emu clearly has a darker shade of skin of some kind. So, yeah, Emu might be the first minority that Zoro hasn't been. To be fair, he's also the only character from like 800 years ago besides like Zunesha. So, and I guess Emeth up until a point. So, you know, there might also just be the argument that he is technically a minority regardless of skin color. I already know how Twitter is going to be when they see Zoro didn't take out Emu for now. Yeah. Yeah, we read the whole chapter already. Emu doing shit before Dragon and Akainu. Yeah, who knew we would see the main villain of the story do something before Dragon? We got Emu doing something in One Piece. Actually, not only did we get Emu's first appearance, we got Emu actually curb stomping everyone around him before GTA 6. Alright, Tamari, Ming Master, if you guys can't actually have a civil conversation, leave it be, agree to disagree, and stop having an argument. It doesn't need to be anything more than that. How people aren't taking the minority hunter seriously because they turned JJK into memes and called it trash due to memes. I don't know about that, but yeah. Yeah, people talked about Zoro like he was about a solo Emu. I mean, yeah, he has a darker complexion. People were calling him the Citizen of Hell. Yeah, I did see this one. I did see Zoro being called the Citizen of Hell. That shit was funny. The story's gonna end like Dragon Ball still starting ominously at the sea, saying not yet. Dragon's still going to be staring ominously at the sea, saying not yet. Yeah, no. Someday the world government will go down and it'll be at our hands. But for now that world pieces have been brought, I guess we don't need to move out anymore. That shit is crazy to me. Did I miss when Emu was a blob? That plush Emu was the funniest thing ever? Yeah. Oh, man. Okay. So, we got a couple hours. We have a couple hours before we do the debate portion of the stream. That'll be at 3 p.m. So if anybody wants to come back around for that, or they're not going to be around for that, sorry about that. Let us see. Do you guys want to go over... I'm smoking so much weed, guys. Good for you, Yoshi. Let's see. Should we go over some... Okay, here we go. No way, bro, saying Sabo over Emu. Get that discount ace out of here. I'll be there for like an hour. Alright. It's 5:23 in the UK. Got you. If you're not capable of staying around for the live portion of the debate, Emperor, you are, or anyone else, I'm going to try and turn this into a video. I am going to try and post it. I'm going to edit it. I don't know what I'm going to have in the background yet, so you guys can let me know. May still be at work, so may not debate. Also, the dots on emus give me the illusion of eyes like a biblically accurate angel. Also, no One Piece break next week. Yeah, we did notice that. Thank you so much, Drake. Guys, can we get some W's for Drake? Some W's, please, for the $5 donation. I really do appreciate it, Drake. Thank you so much. I do actually think that it does add to the credence of like a biblically accurate angel. It did look quite interesting. I do like the designs of his markings. I like how they separate between dots and straight lines. I wasn't sure what Oda would go for with the markings, but I do like it. I like the polka dot design. Would you crack on Chenjiao's ice continent? I would split that. I would shatter that shit with a fingertip, bro. Actually, a quick inquiry. The debate portion is going to be recorded, right? That's what I recall you saying, I think. Yeah. I'm going to record it and I'm going to turn it into a video. It'll basically be the same thing as just making it like a normal stream and stuff. It's more so I just want to have some gameplay in the front. And, well, you guys debate just so that way, if I do turn it into a video, it's not something that people are just looking at like some background stuff on my screen. You know what I mean? What do you mean record it? You're recording right now. Well, there's a difference, right? So let me show you. Whenever I'm streaming, I'll just pull it up here. Whenever I'm streaming, as you guys can see over here, the quality isn't as good. Let me just pull it up. The quality of my stream itself isn't as good as if I were just recording off of the top of my video. If I was just recording the screen itself. I'm going to be streaming, but I'm also going to be recording my video. I'm going to be recording my screen, so that way it's easier to also take... that way it's also easier to actually pick up on everybody else's voices when we're going through the Discord server. Are we at the point where you put Subway Surfer clips on the side of the video? I don't think I'm going to put Subway Surfer clips on the side of my video. I don't know exactly how I'm going to go about this. I was thinking about maybe having some Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel gameplay in the background. Has their own agendas. Yeah. 1, 2, yes. 3 depends. No. 4 or 5. Okay. Let's see. No for both. Depends. Yes. Okay. So... if you guys have anything else you guys would like to cover or anything you guys would like to talk about, I'm more than free game. If you guys want to discuss the how to develop claims and arguments, it seems that most of you guys want to do that, so I guess we can just go over that right now, right? So, I'm going to set up the structure for the debates real quick for you guys. I did give my opinions on the characters needing environmental battlefield for peak performance. I didn't necessarily read that right now. I probably have to like go back up for it. Can you put it on the debate topics as if Sabo is top 1? I don't think I'm going to do that because I think you're the only one that's going to try to argue for that 6. Okay. How did Ace fail upward in One Piece popularity? Man failed at every task he set out to do and lost every fight. He gets rage baited easily. He's a loser propped up by agenda. I'm not going to say if I agree with that. Then I'll probably, well, not be there since I'm not really open to seeing myself on a channel. You're more than welcome to not do it, Han. I respect that completely. I appreciate the honesty either way. I apologize for not stopping. You're fine tomorrow. Listen, if you guys can't agree with anything, it's just going in back and forth now about you prove this, you prove that. Just leave it there, man. Just say, you know what? We can agree to disagree and move on from the discussion. I think it's just healthier in general, and it just takes away a good portion of your own. It takes away a good portion of your own, like, you know, mental fatigue. Okay, movie Naruto versus movie Luffy. Who would win? There's probably some potential universal scaling if you go with Road to Ninja, and there's definitely some universal scaling if you go for Film Red. So it's kind of just Road to Ninja Naruto versus Film Red, because if you go with movie Naruto from the last, gets absolutely negative curb stomped by Film Red Luffy. The Todd Musica was just too fucking broken of a concept in my opinion. A demon that can not only create its own dream world, but can also affect and manipulate everything inside, and then needs to be attacked through 2 separate dimensions. Yeah, it just there's just nothing, I don't think, in any of the other movies that competes with that. If you know when you move on it, saves you a sanity point. Yeah. Okay. Movie Luffy has better strength feats? Yeah. Okay, so for debates, your starting point should be a simple, clear. Your starting point should be a simple, clear claim. Now, how does one develop a claim? A claim. Your claim is... It is nothing more than... Let me reword this. I remember watching the video about the Naruto movies. If you go by that, apparently Kid Naruto is continental. That's crazy. Wow, Kid Naruto could be continental in the movies? That's insane. What makes Luffy universal in film Red? Tot Musica creates its own, or Uta can create her own parallel world within the dream world. The world is real and she manipulates everything inside. It's not just a dreamscape where, like, everybody's somehow, like, linked to her. It's, she literally sends your consciousness and soul into a separate universe. Into what is essentially considered a separate world, universe, etc., where she manipulates everything. And Tot Musica is a higher level of control over it, where it was going to essentially, I think, combine the dream world with the real world or some shit. It was something fucking crazy. It was like stacking an infinite time space on top of another, and then essentially having to attack them through both, or something like that. I watched the movie casually. A lot of the scaling comes from what I've been told. Scales to the dream world. She manipulates everything inside. I don't know, man. It's one of those weird things where, like, creation feats don't inherently equate to attack potency or whatever, but, like, even everyone else's devil fruits were also completely shut down by her ability within the dream world, even though they were still able to use their powers. Bluno was still able to use the Door dimension, which is a parallel realm to the active One Piece world, since it's essentially like a overlapped dimension, and he was still able to use his powers in there. Law still able to use his room. Everyone was still able to use everything, but when she wanted to, she could just basically stop them all and just counter everything that they did. Yeah, Corazon does hard counter her, I suppose. Anyway, so how does one develop a claim? Your claim should be nothing more. Your claim should be the main idea of your entire argument. It doesn't need to be more than 1 or 2 sentences. It should be clear and concise. Here's an example. Right? I'm going to give you guys an example from the questions that we're going in today. Again, none of you guys have to use my argument. None of you guys who are going to debate any of this. Let's talk about pixel scaling, for example, right? That's one of the questions that I'm most adamant about, right? So here's an example. Here is an example of my starting claim, right? Pixel scaling is not reliable because the authors can't draw everything to scale, and it doesn't account for human error / inconsistencies. So the base claim, so for example, if I were to go up during the stream and I were to basically have a discussion with any of you, leaves no room for errors. Quite the opposite. It leaves plenty of rooms for errors, because many of the pixel scaling essentially has to believe that when it comes to pixel scaling, a lot of it has to just boil down to a ton of assumptions. Whether it's on if the characters are drawn to be exactly to scale, if the characters are if the mountains, etc., are made to be a specific size, etc. Personally, I watch semi-casual and scale basic feats based on what the story tells us and what's shown. Other than that, I use what other channels give and try to find a consistent midpoint. That's fair. This is just an example. I am not actually trying to debate anyone. We're not trying to actually argue here. If any of you are actually for pixel scaling or against it, I'm not saying you have to counter this argument. I'm not saying that you have to argue, or I'm not saying that you have to use this argument either. This is just an example. This would just be the claim that I start off with. For the debates, we will be separating them into 4 chances for each debater to speak. We don't want this to go on forever, right? We're going to split it into 4 chances. 4 chances. You should primarily start with a debate, primarily start with a claim. You should ideally start with a claim for your first. You should ideally start with a claim, and then the 4 points, the 4 chances you are allowed to speak can be separated into different points, right? For example, you can provide examples or some kind of, well, you know what? Provide examples to promote your claim, attack your opponent's argument, or support claim through logic, right? These are 3 things that you guys can do. These are essentially 3 things that you guys can do during these discussions, right? Provide claims, provide examples, attack the opponent's arguments, or support through logic, right? Obviously, I'm not giving you guys too much time to also go back and forth, since a lot of the times, many of these can just have constant back and forths, where now we're focusing on specific definitions, or we're focusing on specific points that might just go on and run on conversations, right? I guess the point I'm just trying to bring here is that if you're trying to have a discussion with another person, or you're trying to debate them, there are different avenues. I'm sure there are more points that you can try to bring up, and there are different avenues by which you can take this. You can choose to only attack your opponent's argument and not defend your own in any way. You can try to provide claims for your own argument without ever questioning your opponent's logic, or you could simply try to support your claims through your own form of logic, through anecdotes or rhetoric. Ultimately, you lost the bet, bro. What happened? I know I'm not supposed to counter this, but everyone does pixel scaling. Why are you trying to stem away from it? Seems very ignorant, because pixel scaling, and I should say power scaling as a whole, is not an institution. Power scaling isn't some institution. It's a random hobby / niche topic within the overall social, not even social media, within the entirety of like the pop culture and media category, I guess you could say. There's no institution. There's no reason for me to have to go with the same exact metrics that everybody else goes with, especially when those metrics are inherently flawed as well. If there's a metric that is inherently flawed, why would I also use it when I can make a metric that not only makes more sense to me, but also provides its own level of logic and reason that others can agree with as well? Just because everybody does it doesn't mean everybody has to. Doesn't mean everyone has to use it. No one in One Piece is even close to the weakest Black Clover characters? Sure. Okay. So, let's say you were right. Where does it outspeeding a tail that only block Zoro's scale him? Okay, so back into this. Things you don't want to do when we're talking about things you don't want to do. Things you don't want to do when debating are accuracy also relies on the assumption that the series creator is adhering to the same standard and levels that we are. It's one possible filter to use to scale, but it's not perfect or needed. Exactly. I'm not saying that pixel scaling is inherently like a bad form of scaling in the slightest bit. I've never alluded to it. It's just one that doesn't make any sense to me because it essentially relies on values that a person got based on a ton of assumptions being considered correct when, in fact, those values aren't supported in any way, shape, or form by the actual author. And when I say they aren't supported by the author, I mean the author themselves, literally and objectively speaking, has never, ever even remotely written off those values as correct or as agreeable. You could say, but the author did draw those things and we got them from what the author drew, but again, it's based again on assumptions. So if it's based on assumptions, then that means that to an extent, there is some level. It's 12 a.m. for me. Unfortunately, I will be asleep. Unfortunate, but we can try this some other time. Debate brain? What are we talking about? Sorry, I kind of lost my point. Anyway. Yeah. Things you don't want to do when debating are: talk when your opponent is talking. Speak when your opponent is still talking. You don't want to interrupt your opponent. If you have something to say, you can target it afterwards, right? Speak when you're... Make your claim extremely long and convoluted. Add points that aren't relevant to the discussion, or examples that will stray away from the discussion. Bro, the news channel debate people should learn from this. Yeah. I mean, part of the reason why they also get a lot of views is because they're constantly going over each other and trying to, like, get their point across. So, yeah. You said previously that what happened between Sambo and Emu is consistent in other feats and narratives, so please prove that. World Parallel, Dangai, Garganta, Qualitative, yeah. I think interruptions can be warranted if you can add something or your opponent is filibustering and gish galloping. Well, that's what I'm there for. I'll make sure that your opponent doesn't do something to, like, try to, you know, mess with the discussion. I'll be there to, like, also keep the conversation there, but you shouldn't be used to shut down convos or stifle points. I agree. Power scaling is completely subjective and based entirely on personal interpretation and by extension bias. Yeah, it's entirely based on some level of form of bias. Just the fact that somebody says, well, you have to use pixel scaling in general is just its own form of bias, in the same way that saying you don't have to use it, it can be viewed as its own form of bias. It's either or. There's no way to scale 100% accurately unless the author themselves offer every last bit. Unless the author literally offers every last bit of scaling themselves. Actually, has there ever been a debate channel that's, like, fully AI? Text-to-speech doesn't count since people are a bit sensitive about their voices, but, like, everything sounds and looks AI. I've never seen something like that. I'm not exactly sure. How something like that would work. I do think what would be interesting, though, is that if anyone here does... Listen, I'm not against the idea of using AI specifically for, like, making art... specifically for speaking for you. If you can like, essentially type in your words into an AI and essentially just have it blurt out exactly what you were thinking, without it changing any of your argument whatsoever. I can also just throw that up on screen if anybody ever feels like they don't want to have their voice out on the internet. I can at least accommodate for that. We can also explain it within the context of the chat or video, so people don't think that we're just arguing from AI itself. But yes, I'm going to be the referee for the debates. I'm not here to actually debate anybody. I don't. I have opinions on all of these, but obviously my opinion in this case, no, I'm not going to use AI. I'm just saying if somebody would like to use an AI voice to speak for them, but their points still have to come from themselves, they're just using it as a tool so that they don't put their voices out in a video, I think as long as we can accommodate that, I think it's fine. I'm not saying that anyone should make an argument out of AI or have AI develop it for them, because AI doesn't have the ability to tell nuance apart from a story. And most of the time they just grab information from comments and forum posts online, so it just makes it flawed in and of itself. And I just say this because I've noticed that throughout social media, some people really do resort to using AI for their arguments, which I don't think is a good idea. You can use AI to like maybe help you improve the wording on an argument, but you can't really use it to like develop one for you. Can I use the same AI voice you used for your girlfriend the other day? That's so fucking crazy. That's so crazy. Anyway, make a claim that is extremely long and convoluted. What else could we add here? What else could we do for things that shouldn't be added, that you shouldn't do during a debate? Let's see. Oh. You had your girlfriend on stream? Yes. Yesterday, my girlfriend, I called her on stream and I had her talk to chat for a little bit because they were saying that she was an AI model that I apparently somehow developed. There is no narrative statement or feat that puts Sabo above Emu. Yeah, there really isn't. I would actually agree with that wholeheartedly, but, you know, some people can believe it. It's fine. Get emotional. That's a big one. Become over emotional about a subjective topic of discussion. One thing that I do want to make clear here. Yes, there is. What's the implied statement? What's the narrative statement? If you're gonna crash out in a debate, it's an immediate game over. Yeah. Become over emotional about a subjective topic of discussion. I think that this is actually an important one that Lapis brought up because it does add to the topic of discussion that within the context of these kinds of debates, what we're trying to do is that we're trying to have a forum. We're trying to have a public forum, a way. Which One Piece chapter are you on? I'm on the latest one, Prince. Nierenda. By the way, just for now, I'm gonna put it into chat. I'm just gonna type it into chat real quick. Yes, I have read the latest One Piece chapter. Yes, I have read the latest One Piece chapter. I'm just gonna pin this for chat because, yeah. How weird how every time your girl speaks, it's through the phone? Because she's working. She's trying to get ready for her job. So why would she be here? It's a random day it was an afternoon on a weekday. Not even a Friday, a Thursday. Why would my girlfriend be over, especially if we don't live together? A rule that we shouldn't need to, but apparently do, is no homophobia, bigotry, or committing to flying across the country, have a boxing match in real life over some Naruto shit. True story? Really? Ooh. That's actually a true story? That's insane. You know where I could find that? I'd love to actually read that on chat right now. I would love to go over that with chat. But anyway. A lot of people sometimes get, no homophobia. Who's gay here? Well, for starters, it's not that anybody needs to be gay here in order for there to not be homophobia. It's more so that we want to be inclusive and open for people that want to talk about this stuff. It doesn't matter if you're gay, straight, bi. It doesn't matter if you're one of the many colors of the rainbow, or if you're gay with extra steps, or if you're somewhere in between a man and a woman. If you want to debate, you want to scale, and I want to make this a safe space for you to be able to chat. That's kind of my point with this. But anyway. Listen, we're talking about anime stuff. We're talking about power scaling. We're talking about theoretical matchups, etc. Don't use spoilers is probably a good rule. I don't know if that's a good rule specifically, since we're not necessarily talking about anything specific here. And if your opponent wants to bring up or talk about a specific series, you could always say like, hey, can we not like spoil anything from like a big series? I guess you could maybe say that. I don't know what kind of arguments could pop up here that would specifically go into spoilers for this discussion at least, but we'll be sure to not do something like that. I do agree with the no homophobia stuff, but that's just a normal rule that I already go with the whole channel in general. So if anybody that were to come up in debate has an issue with that, they would automatically just be taken out, and we're just removing them from the context of the chat. Thank you. Damn, thank you for telling me this. I'm dropping every slur in existence before you told me. Yeah, I didn't want you. Not that it's a very bad rule, but all evidence should be brought to the table. This one is important, but I don't want to throw it in for these debates specifically, because these debates don't necessarily need evidence per se. For many of these debates, there is at least the context. For many of these debates, there is at least the context that we're talking about subjective topics that don't necessarily require you to provide evidence for such. I mean, I'm sure that you can bring up an example of a character from a series. We don't need to like double check it right now, since we're talking about so many different series, we can bring up any series that we're talking about. Since we're saying all magic power systems or should creation equal attack potency, we don't need to double check if a character actually had their creation equal their attack potency or whatever. But I mean, if it's at least implied within the context of a story, we'll just go along with it, right? Two Naruto YouTubers, Noodles and the Jay the Great, got into a whole feud that arose the Naruto debates. It leads to a physical threats that was going to culminate in a boxing match, but they canceled it. I think I remember hearing something about that that was like years ago though. To be fair, and no front, a power scaler being in a relationship is always a hard sell. You know what's even crazier, and you guys are definitely not going to believe this? She lets me talk to her about power scaling, and she's actually learned a little bit about power scaling because of me. She literally asked me one time, hold on. She was like, hold on. So, why are you making a fight between Naruto and Luffy if Naruto can only blow up mountains and Luffy can split continents with his punches? And I literally sat there with my jaw literally almost hit the table as I was chatting with her, because I was like, wait, you actually paid attention? I was like, yeah, I love to hear about the things you talk about. Bro, I just thought that moment she really might be the one. Hey, listen, she might be the one. Is it possible to learn that power? I'm speaking from a standard power scaling debates. The stakes for this are a bit higher than this. The stakes for those are a bit higher than this stream. Yeah, for this stream, we are keeping things. Nah, there's no way she's real. You better not let her go. Oh, trust me, I would never let her go. She has a job at least on like 28 people. She's a keeper, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, a girl being interested in power scaling is definitely AI territory. It's not AI territory! She's a lot... Yo, why is it so crazy to just believe that there might be women out there that can not only have interest in the things that you like, and mind you, I also have interests in the things that she likes, because I also want to care about the things that she cares about. Now, it's not just a one-way... It's not just a one-way territory. But why is it so difficult to understand that there may be people out there that might actually care about, the nerdy shit that you got to talk about? Yesterday, she sat there and had me show her, and I showed her a clip of me playing Master Duel on Steam. And she just sat there thinking, Jesus Christ, I am never playing Yu-Gi-Oh! With you. I got her into Magic the Gathering. I got her into the Digimon TCG, man. I'm telling you right now. Sometimes you just gotta come across the right person. That's really it. Yeah, sure, she isn't a demon trying to get your soul. Oh yeah, she's stolen my soul many times. Haha, let me stop. At least bro got a mommy. We're single here. I don't think I would call her a mommy, but yeah. Bro's girlfriend is ChatGPT. That's tragic. She's not ChatGPT, you assholes. If I ever talked to a girl about how Don Chinjiao fights Don Krieg, she would have looked at me dead ass. I was there yesterday. I'm joking. I can definitely prove it to be a plot armor. Okay, so now you guys are just talking about... Alright, like a creep. Yeah, she definitely ain't real. Girls like that are very difficult to find. Yeah, they're very difficult to find, but more often than not, I feel like you just have to, just be a kind person to people. You'd be surprised how many people out there are willing to at least entertain your random. I feel like people are at least capable of entertaining. You'd be surprised how many women out there, or women, men, people in general, are willing to entertain many of your hobbies if you're just if you're just honest with them and you're just your genuine self. When you find a person that genuinely does care about you and genuinely does like you and you genuinely care about and like them back, I'm telling you that you'd be surprised at the things they're willing to try out, at least just for you. Do you put the computer? Do you let the computer put you on a leash? Fuck you. No. I'd let her put me on a leash, though. So, does she think Bleach is good or bad? She actually watched Bleach growing up, and she was telling me, no, she has to watch my rants. She loves my rants, but she told me specifically that, like, I love Bleach. Like, even the things that you said don't stop me from loving Bleach, but, like, I also can't sit here and tell you that you're wrong about most of the things that you said. I was like, listen, as long as we can agree that it's not the best written thing, I'm like, yeah, when I made the video about Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho being absolute dog shit, she was like, you know what the crazy part is? I always did think to myself that Getsuga Tensho was kind of ass. I was like, yo, see, you fucking get it. It's not just me. People out here think this. It's just nobody wants to speak bad about Bleach. Yeah. A genuine person is hard to find. Genuine people are hard to find, but they do exist. You just have to be open-minded, and you just have to, you know, just try to be a friend first. Listen, for many of you guys, I'm going to be honest with you. I know that a lot of people always talk about, like, the friend zone, this, that, blah, 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 blah. I'm not saying that, like, the friend zone doesn't exist, and I'm not saying that you won't be in a position where if you are talking to a girl, she might just only see you as a friend, and I think that's completely fine, but it's not bad to just be friends with a girl first, either. It's not bad to just look at them as another person, because if you can... I'll put it like this. There was a video that I saw that basically talked about the idea of the best relationships are usually not when a husband and wife are quote-unquote soulmates, but more so when they're best friends. And I think that this is honestly true. When you find a person that you genuinely love to talk to, or you can genuinely be your true self around them, and they don't judge you for it, they don't treat you like you're some kind of weirdo or whatever, and you know, they also play to your strengths, and you can disagree with them, but it never turns into anything bad or toxic. That's how you know that you have a true friend, and also someone that genuinely does care about you regardless of anything else. She and I were friends before we were anything else. So, yeah, having friendship as a foundation is truly important, because if you're just trying to be her friend because you like her, it's never going to work. You have to view her first as a person, then as a friend, and then maybe as a partner. But that also comes with time. It's not something that just happens right away. I mean, she and I were talking for months and months and months and months and months on end before we ever started, like, going out, and then before we started actually dating. And even before that, we knew each other for years. Yes, we have read the new chapter. It's in the pinned comment. What's up, Bob? How you doing, man? Bleach's peak, flawed but peak. I'm reporting you for terrorism if you ever let that woman go. Oh, alright. I have to pull out a Mahoraga adaptation and talk to women. Well, here's the thing. You can have hobbies, you can be your genuine self, but more often than not, I feel like it's not always about putting up a facade or anything, but it's more so about not doing weird shit either in front of people. Listen, sometimes, I'm gonna be honest, whether you're a power scaler, whether you're a guy that just genuinely, just randomly plays video games or into sports, etc., every guy is weird about something. There are those guys out there who talk about their favorite sports teams like they're actually part of the team and they're gonna go into the fucking finals. You can talk to that stuff with your girl or with a girl that you're interested in, but ultimately you have to know if either A, she's even remotely interested in it in the first place, and B, if it's something that she even remotely wants to care about. You have to learn a person's habits and also learn whether or not a person is the type that is willing to engage with the things that you like or not willing to engage with them. But at the end of the day, it's like, you don't have to, you can be yourself, and you should be with someone that allows you to be yourself. But at the same time, you know, you can't also be a fucking weirdo about everything. Bro, you got a W girlfriend, she actually respects your hobbies. If you let her go, the chat and your subs will probably crucify you for it. I don't think I would ever want to fuck up in any way, shape, or form to do this. I really do care about her. Bro, help, help, help. I searched the whole yesterday's stream. I couldn't find her call with you. Did I get baited? And what are you talking about? What did I miss? Why are they calling your girlfriend a keeper? She's just good, man. I think it's probably more common than you think. Girls, humans in general, like passions and interests, even if they're nerdy. Passion and interests are sexy, yeah. And if you're genuinely passionate about something, they will see that. But it's all also about just showing them that you're a good person. You want to be able to show that you have green flags with you, and you also don't want to be someone who puts anything down. I remember that she and I were, like, cooking something. She and I were, like, cooking something, and that was, like, the first time that she was cooking for me. And actually, no, we weren't cooking something because I usually make pancakes and stuff for her. I usually like cooking for her, but she made she wanted to cook for me for once. She wanted to like make some chicken for me for once, and she was like, I'm on my Sanji shit, and I'm like, yeah, we're about to eat swell, etc. And she just said that's such a green flag because like other people would be like, oh well, you're no Sanji. Sanji's an actual like 5-star Michelin star chef. It's like, no, you don't have to put somebody down, especially if they're trying to make a little joke that just makes props themselves up. A lot goes into it, man. A lot goes into it. I can definitely say that a lot of the things that I learned definitely happened within my 20s. A good number of the girls I dated were definitely, I don't want to say like, I can definitely say a lot of the situations that I went through and many of the girls that I spoke to or tried to date definitely helped me grow into the person I am today to be in this relationship. So I'm sometimes there's a phrase that I learned, and it's that things don't happen to you, they happen for you. So even for those of you that might, meet a girl in college or in high school and think she might be the one, etc., I'm letting you know right now, don't think of anyone as the one. Just go out with this person. Have fun with them. And entertain the things that they might like. They might entertain the things that you might like. See if you guys have things in common. And if you don't, that's completely fine. And if maybe you guys aren't meant to be together, don't need to push into it too much. Just move on ahead. You'll find somebody else. I promise. I think it's probably, yeah. Nah, marry her. She thinks Getsuga 10 show. Getsuga does nothing show his ass. I'll just take your concession, thanks. Okay, you guys are talking about that. I agree with you. I found my girlfriend in the library, by the way, before I didn't know how to talk to a girl. Yeah, sometimes girls don't even know how to talk to guys. And also, that the really cute or attractive girl at your school or at your college that, like, you think she's super popular or whatever, and probably dates a bunch of hot dudes, I'm telling you right now, a lot of the times, they don't have anyone to talk to because a lot of people might be intimidated by them. Just be a person and just be a friend to them. Just be a kind individual. He was calling her your girl before she was your girl. I was calling her my lady friend, first of all. I wasn't calling her my girl before she was my girl. Not gonna lie, I'm not that interested in a romantic relationship, but I would have a true friend even if girl, like, they are people. It's not necessary for them to be in a relationship even in the future. Yeah, I agree. I have plenty of female friends as well. A lot of the times you can be friends with someone even if, they're part of the opposite sex or the same sex or whatever. It doesn't really matter. You just have to be genuine to the person. Even though Deku had a massive power boost, we gotta stop with the gamer shit for being passionate about games. Women at least online hate gamers. For being passionate about games. Yeah, women at least online hate gamers. I don't know if, like, women in general just hate gamers. I don't want to... I don't like, usually, like... I don't like throwing people or throwing groups of people into, like, entire boxes. You know what I mean? You still never had a date? It's okay, Soldado. The one thing I will say that with a date is just be a gentleman. Treat her with respect. I am a very big proponent for equality between men and women. To an extent. I do believe that it is... Though I do believe that... I'll put it like this. Though I do believe that many a times in relationships you can go 50-50, 70-30, etc., etc. For a first date, especially as a guy, especially if you're the one that's asking a girl out, offer to pay as a piece of advice. Offer to pay. Just don't even say anything. Just offer to do it. And if she wants to split it, that's a very good sign. You should still go out of your way to pay for it in its entirety. And, because that way you can always say, next time we can split it. Treat her with respect. Take interest in the things that she says and in things that she wants. Just focus on things that maybe pop out to you when she talks about stuff. And just follow along with the conversation. That's what I do, man. I'm not gonna lie. There were moments where, like, she goes on about her day and I'm like kind of like losing pace of what she's doing. Maybe I'm on my phone as well. A lot of the times I like to be on my phone when people are talking, just because in general a lot of the times I feel like I need to procrastinate and stuff when I'm doing stuff. I need to, like, not procrastinate. I need to just do something with my hands and my eyes while I'm doing it. And so I always listen in, and I always stay focused by listening in on specific things that she says, so I can ask her more questions about it, and it does continue to inform me about these kind of things. Can you stop being happy? Seeing somebody happier than me makes me even less happy. That sounds like a you problem, buddy. What is this relationship advice stream? Hey, listen, man. You can always get advice from other different places. I remember I was in the hospital once years ago. There was a time in my life when I was actually going to the hospital a lot, and I remember that I had some of the best advice that I was given by an elderly man who was in a way worse condition than I was. And he gave me this line, this term of phrase, that has stuck with me for a while. Pins and needles, needles and pins, it's the happy man that grins. And it essentially just goes into this idea that, like, no matter what's going on, no matter what little pins and needles are going on through life, whether it's like small or big, whether it's small or big issues going on in your life, you know, like small irritations or large situations, the happy man is always the one that's grinning at the end. It doesn't mean that you have to like smile through everything, more so that at the end of the day, just try to be happy. Just try to find the happiness in things. You know what I mean? It really does. It really does help out. Swarnim. By the way, if you were Indian, I would call your girlfriend Bobby. Bobby. You can search it up. Bobby. A Hindi term for a brother's wife or a sister-in-law, used respectfully in South Asian cultures to denote a woman married into a family. That's cute. You know what she calls me? She calls me Bubby. That's actually kind of close. That's so funny. We're all single, just focus on power scaling, please. Alright, I guess we'll just focus on power scaling. I have had this feeling of this is the one, and it blinds me to ending up in a very weird, awkward situation that implodes in on itself. Six and vouch for me on this? Yeah. Don't ever look for a relationship, especially as you're younger, as like she's the one. Just let it flow naturally, just let it grow naturally, and eventually it might become something. And if it doesn't, that's okay. I remember I was in plenty of relationships where I was like, dude. I remember when I was at 26, I actually dated a woman in her 30s. She was like 32, and I remember that she was like, I remember she was actually a mom. Eventually, she called me up one day, and she was like, told me to sit down for this, and I was like, what happened? She was like, she's a mom, and I'm like, oh, she's got a kid? All right, sure. And she was like, you're not upset or surprised? And I'm like, well, to be fair, if a girl tells you to sit down, it's either because you got her pregnant or because she has a penis, and I'm glad it was neither. Especially since we hadn't had sex up until that point, so fuck it, right? You know, she was laughing. Sometimes you also just gotta be funny. As long as you can be funny, it's a good thing, man. So, a lot of the times, just being funny is enough to at least have talking to a girl. It's not social media. I heard stories from gamers themselves, and they say their girlfriend or former girlfriend hated that they played games. There's a wife who hates her husband playing games. I'm not saying that it's also not untrue, Jeff. I'm also not saying that, like, these people don't exist out there, but what I'm saying is that, like, we don't know a lot about relationships, or we don't know a lot about, like, situations where, like, a person and their partner can specifically... A person and their partner, we don't know, like, the entire dynamics behind their relationship. Like, if she's saying that she hates guys who play video games, it's probably because she's gone out with guys who essentially put a lot of their time into video games instead of spending time with them. You know what I mean? Ba-B. Yeah. It's pronounced Ba-B. Ba-B. Okay. Oh, what? I don't think it's a good idea to reveal every single detail about you. I'm not revealing everything. I'm just saying I dated a woman in her 30s. I'm not giving any extra details besides that. I was responding to a moment to Eternal. My bad, Eon. Oh, no, you're fine. Sometimes the worst feeling is not being able to even get a girlfriend. It's getting one, and then you have to having to do the breakup. It's a rise and fall that seems impossible to overcome, but it isn't. I mean, it's just a bad moment in time. You can move past it. I believe in it, man. You can kind of tell when it's coming, and if it does, you know, just try to make sure you guys leave things in the best terms possible. What's your social security number? It's 555 55 55555 555 5 if I remember right. I think it was supposed to be yeah. It's that. Just asking for a friend unk out of his prime, can't even bag a MILF. To be fair, I did bag. Is dating a woman in her 30s necessary at some point? Not necessarily. I just so happened to go on a speed dating thing at one point, and she and I ended up matching up with each other. She ended up liking me more than all the other guys, and I was the only one she ended up giving her number to. She was cute. She was a good person. I was still too much, I'll put it like this. I was still too immature in certain ways to, like, really go out with her, which was fine. We learn from it. We grow from it. Speedrunner. Alright. Marcos, if you want to see, is 28.5 years old, 100%. I'm definitely not 28. Definitely not 28. Or 28 and a half. Marcos, you can look up One Piece TCB. Just type in One Piece TCB. Bro, why am I single? if you're constantly if you're constantly thinking about the idea of being single, it'll make it harder to be in a relationship. Just let things naturally occur, and don't worry about talking to a girl, making her potentially your relationship. You showed her your Yu-Gi-Oh collection or something? Nah, not really. Not really. Bro's backstory is better than Kaido's. Do you know the 6663629 meme? No. I don't. He must be 38 and a half. I'm definitely not in my 30s. I said I'm closer to my 30s than I am in my 20s. I never said I was 30 yet. I'm definitely not 28 either. I'm not 38. Alright. So, would anybody, just to get some, 29? No. Just to get some, let's see. Okay. Just to set this up real quick. 27? Nope. Closer to 30s means that you are to your 20s. Bro's 48.5. Do I sound like I'm 48? I don't think so. Okay. Who here, let me change this up. Who here wants to debate today live on stream? Question 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need a pro, and then I need a con. So I need someone that's pro and someone that's against the each argument. You'll debate. I need to know which side you guys are going to be taking. Eon is my cousin, my bad to expose you. He's 17. Oh, yeah, sure. I'm totally 17. Why is it that the Gorosei and Imu only chased after Sabo and did nothing else? We see later in the story that they have ranged attacks, so why did they clearly not have done something? I'll put it like this. You remember Gazelle Man? I'm pro invading Britain? Alright. They've invaded too many people for too long. Does pro gooning count? You can be pro gooning. Yo, did you guys see that Sneeko recently said that all gooners should be should be hanged and held up for public showing? They should be like publicly hanged. Sneeko was wild for that shit, man. He said that shit like live on stream. I'm like, bro, listen, I get that, like, you know, corn and all that stuff isn't healthy. I understand that, like, you know, there's an epidemic going around, especially with that whole AI stuff, but like, come on, man. It's not that crazy either. A person diddling themselves is not that fucking insane, and actually, I would say many would consider it to be something natural, dude. I don't know. I feel like people that go into such crazy extremes about something, it's just crazy, dude. Sneeko fell off so hard. He was smarter as a child making YouTube videos. I agree. I don't even really care for Sneeko that much. I just learned so much about him this year from watching so much commentary drama on him. Alright, I'm going... is this going to be anime only? Yes, you can argue novels. You can argue DC, Marvel. You can argue SCP. If you have examples from any of the... If you have any examples from any facet of fiction, I think it is more than fine enough. I think it is more than just justifiable to use as examples, right? A tale as old as time. Unhealthy gooning is merely a symptom of a bigger problem. Also, Sneeko's a weirdo. Bro was defending cuties. Yeah, I saw that earlier this year when I was going to, when I was driving out to, like, play Magic with some friends. I was watching, like, this hour documentary. It was like a documentary on, like, Sneeko and, like, just the whole, and they went, I think it was like a 10 to like 15 minute portion of that video was just them going into like Sneeko's defense on cuties. That shit was so fucking crazy to me, bro. The debate topics are right here. If you guys, I'm only gonna do, hopefully it's one per person. So like you guys, I don't have to like stack up on the same person for multiple of these, but you guys are more than welcome to also do multiple if we have open spaces left. Okay? It's only going to be 5 topics of conversation. They're right here. If any of you guys want to do, yeah. Oh, by the way, yeah, you asked me a question. I'll actually just use an example from Wano. You know how people, in general like to, or at least people that try to push back on the idea of One Piece characters being light speed or even being anything faster than like, I don't know, X amount of speed. Let me see. Where is it? That's the Yokozuna. Yeah, there's Batman, and then there's Okiku. Aha. Ah, right here. It's like the Gazelle Man thing. I view the Emu stuff as like the Sabo stuff as like the Gazelle Man thing. The author needed to get Sabo out of there, so he simply had Sabo get out of there, and then he just had King Cobra say that he was going to hold him off. Does it make sense from a scaling perspective? Not entirely. But, I mean, the author is obviously just going to write a moment that is at least passable for why he writes a specific feat or situation. It's just the Gazelle Man. It's just the Gazelle Man fallacy. I'll just call it the Gazelle Man fallacy. Sometimes shouldn't be used unless, that's what I think. Swornum, do you want to argue... So, do you want to argue, do you want to argue as a con for pixel scaling, Swornum? I can throw your name up if you guys want. Oh, I'm sorry, Lapis. I didn't read your last comment. You will take the con for Battle IQ? Okay, so Battle IQ is number 2. Lapis. Okay, my apologies, Lapis. Let's see. Can we get the Emu chapter up on stream and destroy 6's agenda? I'll pull it up in just a second. Let's just do this first. But one of these didn't even show the Guru. Okay, defending Q. Okay. What are the debates topic again? Why would they nuke their own house? Yeah, pretty much. Why would they cause a massive shit show inside of Mary Joie? Y'all debate on the 5th topic. Yeah, I'll debate on the 5th topic. My take is that not all magic systems can be considered the same cross-verse. Okay, so you'll defend so Malevolent Sponge. Malevolent Sponge. Again, we will do this after 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Can you give me your thoughts on Emu? I think Emu's definitely showing to be like top 1 right now. Holy shit, Lapis, thank you so much for the big 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Guys, can we get some W's for Lapis? Please, for those of you that have joined up in chat, you guys should be able to check your members' gifts, your memberships. There's a perks that you guys can get, one of which is joining our Discord server. You guys are more than welcome to join. Just find the, I truly wish I can't, but I can't, that my mom won't allow it at all. Gotta grow up and take it through the years. I hope it'll stay. I hope you will still be making vids and streams by then. It's gotta take years. Ah, got you. W's for Lapis. W's for Lapis. Where I am now, so I gotta go. Have a good one, Nothingness. Hope you have a good rest of your night, man. King Cobra above Sabo because he held off Emu and had to run. Yeah, I got you with that right now. I'll pull it up. Does anybody know what chapter Sabo runs into Emu and the others? Does anybody remember what chapter that was? I don't fully recall. What chapter does Sabo appear in Mary Joie? What chapter does Sabo run from Mary Joie? Okay, let's pull this up real quick. I would like to debate on magic related, just wouldn't be able until 1:30. Okay, so that's going to be later on in the day then, which is fine. It is the last one. Are you for or against it, Drake? Because we already have someone for it. We already have a con for it, so do you want to go, would you want to be the pro end of it? You mean the Goat Cobra save that bum? Alright, I'll pull up the panels in a second, guys. Looks like the curse is still in place. What curse? What curse, man? Alright, thank you so much, guys. Okay, so here's the chapter. Let me know if you guys want me to go over it. Rook, check them out. Sabo sees the center of hell at the top of the world. He runs away. Well, then we also bear the name of D. Sabo gets stabbed, falls to the floor. The pony glyphs. Nefertari Vivi, he's the one who gets up first, and then Sabo runs away. Who's there? There's a crack on the wall, and then, yeah, that's basically it. Don't forget to turn on all messages. YouTube hates me. Got you. So, Eon, we can debate this shit on stream. You guys want to debate this right now? Would you guys want to debate this right now? I'm fine with just having you guys throw this up on the background and just have you guys up right now. The stable stage 4 cancer injured old man versus the king of the world. That's crazy. Not gonna lie here. Nobody here would beat me in a debate. I just can't VC in class. Cobra gets stabbed twice and saves that bum. I'm not giving my opinion on this, man. I'm just saying. If you guys want to... Six, do you guys want to have a debate on this live on chat? I can just hear you guys out for your debate for this. We can have a quick debate with you guys if you guys want to go through this. I just received a membership for free. I don't even watch your channel. Ha 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 ha. I mean, hey, join the Discord server, man. You might enjoy it. You're more than welcome to join. We make sure to respect all opinions when it comes to power scaling. If you have a really crazy take, I'm more than willing to do it. I would debate, but I'm not comfortable having my voice publicly on the internet on a relatively popular channel. It would also sound like ass. That's completely fine, Aster. The best debate is always the one let's debate on the best ways to bag some MILFs. I'd say just be cute and funny for them in most cases. I'm still in the office, no mic. I would love to do arena one. Send Discord then. The Discord, you just have to look up your membership perks on YouTube. I forgot how to do that, but like if you just look up how to get your perks. I'm talking about debating you. I already beat all these bums. You already beat them? I mean, I don't really have much of a stake on this. I don't really care to debate this anyway. Sabo does get away, sure, but they also not moving farther ahead anyway. So I don't really... What do you want me to tell you? It's up to interpretation. You can view it as Sabo blitzing all of them and getting out of there, or, you know, Cobra holding them off because of a narrative reason. It's either one or the other. I'd probably go with the one that doesn't put Sabo above the entire verse, considering that it wouldn't make any narrative sense. Sure, we can also debate that. That's fine. Alright. So, back to our previous topic, though. If you guys do want to debate this live on stream, we have already got 2 people for some of these topics. We've already got 2. We've got Lapis and Malevolent Sponge on the con for some of these. Okay, let's see. Eon L versus Aya no Koji. I have not watched Death Note in a hard minute. When did he beat anyway? Does anyone have any other theories about Imu making hand signs during the Omen attacks, like some religious connection or something? I mean, it doesn't have to have a religious connection. It could just be religiously implied. The curse that you put on me that prevents me from getting a gifted sub. Oh yeah, the curse continues. That's an unfortunate state of affairs for you, Aster. Maybe if you chose to debate live, I could send you. I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna do it. I'm just kidding. You don't have to. I don't know, man. It's weird that you never get a live. Maybe you should. I don't know. Maybe you should be live on stream when somebody that donates gifted subs is live on stream and there's barely anyone else. John, you don't have to give more gifted memberships. I appreciate any and all. I'm not gonna be ungrateful for them, but like you guys don't have to do any gifted memberships. I just appreciate you guys just being here. Loki King Cobra performed better against Imu than Zoro. Oh, damn. Hero. John the Maven, thank you so much for the 1 gifted membership. I really do appreciate it. Can we get some W's for John? Oh well, yeah. I really do. I really will say I do appreciate you trying to help one of our members here get a gifted membership. I take the side of global skepticism. 6, would you like to debate Lapis on live on stream in regards to whether or not Sabo actually did get out of there through his own power and skill and speed, or would you rather just, you know, sorry, I'll try to be up in the middle of the night to increase my odds. Yeah, why haven't you done that? Why haven't you given me more views? What's wrong with you? You should destroy your sleeping schedule so that I might get an extra cent or two in terms of my ad revenue. Fuck's wrong with you? How selfish can you even remotely be? Alright.
I don't really have much to do until like 3 p.m. If you guys want to have some like random debates up here, we can also do that. I do still have some of our questions from before. Would you guys like to talk about some of these? Is Garling a good father? Would anyone want to debate on whether or not Garling is a good father? Would anyone want to debate on whether or not Itachi is the best Genjutsu user in the Uchiha? Would you guys want to debate on whether or not Danzo was actually evil? We already did Big Mom's the weakest Yonko. Would you guys want to debate on should we only use the manga as the only source of scaling? We can do any though. Is the father better than Dragon? He's just trolling. Global skepticism is the stance that no one believes can be justified and no evidence can be taken. You can still argue it though. How does sub-gifting even work? It's completely random? Yeah, it's completely random. It randomly selects a person on stream. At least I passed the entry exam for the university I want to enter. That's lovely, man! Hey, wait, first of all, congratulations, Aster. Guys, can we get some W's for Aster? You passed the entry exam. That's a big W, man. I can only take one topic right. If we don't get enough people, I'd be down to take pro for point 2. Okay, so John wants to take pro for point 2. Okay, so John is on point 2. If you want to take up another topic, you can. You can, Malevolent. If you want to take up another topic, here you go. Here's the question again. You guys can take up pro or con for either of these. I will let you know. So let's say I buy a membership, right? And join the Discord. Will I be kicked from the group if I stop paying for the membership? No. No, 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 no. You can just support me for a one-time payment. You do not... Wait, just on stream or subscribers in general? Subscribers in general. Anybody that is subscribed to the channel that is currently on the chat, that is currently here right now, can choose to debate any one of these points, either the pro or the con for them. You do not have to be subscribed. You do not. This could be your first time joining up on the stream. This could be. You could be a member for years now. I don't personally care. As long as you're willing to be respectful to your opponent, respect their points, I think it's completely fine. Can Sabo get past Husu? All right. One Piece is low-key just straight up better than Naruto. If you guys want to debate any of these, by the way, right now, no, you won't get kicked. I'm not gonna kick you. You can literally, but if anyone, I take this pixel scaling one. If anyone else wants it, I don't care. Okay, so I'll throw you up for the pixel scaling one. That's 3. Would you want the pro or the con? Would you want pro or con for it? You're not even a subscriber? That's okay. That's completely fine. I don't mind it. So, would you want the pro or the con for it? It was actually pretty easy since there isn't a number limit on the class members. It just to prove that you have enough knowledge about math to follow the course. Fantastic. I probably wouldn't pass. I probably wouldn't get through. Con, it's not reliable. Got you. My apologies. We'll throw Malevolent for this one as well. We'll put Mel Sponge. Cool. Emphasis on the greedy part. What the fuck? I'm not even greedy. I don't feel like I'm greedy. If you guys want to debate any of these, we can do these right now as like a warm-up. We can go through these right now. I'm still waiting for 6 to debate that Sabo is top 1 of the verse with you. I'm not debating that. I don't personally care to debate it. Did you hear about the whole Avatar film getting leaked? Yeah, I don't care enough about... I'm going for being pro or con for the magic topic. Since we've already got a con for it, I think you can do a pro. So we'll do Drake. You can do Drake for the pro. I only subscribe to what I want to see. Completely reasonable. Mal Sponge, both on con, peak Eon. Well, he's on con for 2 separate topics of discussion. I'm down to debate any of these, Eon, but I'm not gonna be able to until I get home. Let me know what time. Let me know approximately one time you'll get home, and we can just push them. We can push them at like different times. It doesn't matter. We'll start this up at 3 p.m. however. So if you're home by like around 4 or 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I think we can also work around that. I don't mind taking up a bit of time to allow you guys to get home, settle yourselves in, maybe even have a little bit of lunch if you guys need it. You guys are more than welcome for that. I am someone who likes to accommodate for others. If you I'm someone who likes to at least try his best to accommodate for others, so sure, we can do that.
So we've got 4 people right now. Let me pull up the Discord server. You promised to debate that Mira is hotter than Urza. When the fuck did I promise to do that? Interesting. I watched a stream of someone subscribed and never interacted again for a few days and then got a gifted sub, so I was curious on how it actually works. It doesn't really matter. I just put up I don't really personally care for it. It essentially just boils down to me sending a Discord link for this specific server, and then I'll just wait around here in general so that I can just discuss with you guys. More specifically, I can debate anything that isn't One Piece or Naruto inverse. Oh yeah. No. We're not really having like anything Naruto and One Piece inverse. These are just topics of conversation that I threw up from like the last time we did one of these. These are the topics that I do want to cover on stream though. Feet fetish versus femboy fetish. The historical battle answer is unknown. Don't check scans. Well, now I think that's kind of funny. Don't eat them hot wings from the Dollar Tree. How the fuck does this even happen? Are Mira Jane and Urza the same age? Probably. I don't know. Yeah, what about it? Just a picture of Hugh Jackman with a bunch of things on the background. What do I care? General chat. Oh, yeah. Jesus Christ, what's happening here? What'd you guys throw? Give me context. Anti-knowledge helmet. 0 Google searches made. I have no clue. Please be patient with me. Comprehensive list of world events. 4th of July, 9/11, maybe Super Bowl. Yeah. What's the time? I think it's drip o'clock. Don't get soaked. Why is his arm thinner as it goes into the hand? What the fuck? What's wrong with some of you guys? The fuck? What is he? What even is this? Alright. Alright. I see. He started coping. A human technique. There's something I need to address. 9 ass pools. The can't fear your own world. Bad writing and media illiteracy. The gap between slander and agenda. Imaginary information. I made it up. Your fave universe is funny as fuck. Get off the stage, son. Ain't shit funny. Alright. I don't fucking care. I'd rather die than fucking read anything. Right. You're a Chainsaw Man fan after all. Alright. Alright. A man's cope will never die. Distant cousin? Is that Maki in the background and Fat Naoya? Is that fucking Fat Naoya? Who's a bigger bum, Ace or Sabo? Ace in my opinion. The scaling is that Emu over all the Yonko and Admiral. Sabo hasn't done anything that even puts him at Akainu's level. They are both 19 at the start of the series and 21/22 in 100-Year Quest. Fantastic. The Watch Guy is a One Piece character? Sure. An IQ too high? Okay. But in your post, pure agenda. I pulled that out of my ass. What? Okay. Help me, Rika. I'm not built for this. Alright. Tears of Joy. Thanks, buddy, but I'm gonna commit to no UI, but okay, yeah. Those are pretty funny. Okay. Well, I guess we're not really doing much. I smoked snow because I thought it was cocaine, and why? That's kind of scary that you would smoke snow. That's kind of crazy. Wait, what is he doing with his eyes? He's not reading the manga at all. Alright. That's funny. That's really, really fucking funny. Naoya is the best male character in JJK. He's just like Eon. Definitely not like me. I was talking about the Yiddish Vaporeon copy pasta I sent in scan. One, I've never seen Yiddish text in my life. This looks like fucking hieroglyphics. And second, I finally got what you were talking about when I saw the 6.3, the 303, the baby dolls captivate, the tail whip, the charm, hydration, water absorb. Alright. Yeah, you got problems. You tried smoking snow too, crazy world. No, I definitely did not. The explanation has more logic than any other would suggest that Sabo got magically stronger against Emu. It's really that simple. Was talking about the... Yeah. You can provide evidence. This is ironic. Naoya is the best female character from JJK. Oh, best male. Okay. Yeah, anyway. I'm over this. Are you guys born as shit, forced to wipe? Alright. What was he cooking? Soup. Dragon. Blah, blah, blah. The fuck? I don't get this. I don't get this. Is he walking in on Dragon? Alright, whatever. I don't care. Oh, okay. I don't know what else to do for the next hour and a half. I don't know what you guys would want to talk about. Would you guys like to talk about anything specific? Would you guys like to do some, Would you guys like to do some, actual debates here? Or would you guys want to... Would you guys want to do some, mock debates? 6. Would you like to... Asking Eon to disprove something that you couldn't. What exactly are you guys asking me to disprove? Let's talk about femboys and feet fetishes? No, we're not going to talk about that at all. How Emu looks too hot to be hated? Face reveal when? Face reveal whenever I reach 100 million subscribers. How about that? Whenever I reach 100 million, then I'll do a face reveal. I don't know if I'm comfortable with putting my face out there on the internet for you guys. It's one of the reasons why, I just don't accept any, why I don't, I mean, I have a camera with me. I can technically show you guys my face at any point. I'm just not comfortable with it. Don't act like you didn't read that. Didn't read what? Face reveal if Emu dies against Usopp? Face reveal if Emu dies against Usopp? Fuck no. It was a meme art created when Mars found Vegapunk's brain. Before it was revealed, it was showed to be a water bubble, so they made it this peak slender. You gotta talk about how your odd hate for PC gamer. I don't hate PC games, I just hate keyboard and mouse. I think keyboard and mouse is fucking cringe as hell. Are there any other topics? I mean, we can add more topics into this. You guys can throw in more topics you guys would want to talk about. I don't know. I'm down to talk about random different fucking topics. I don't really care what it is, as long as it's subjective enough to where you guys can just have a conversation. Got into Harvard University, UN, N-word, fantastic. Eon's who the fuck named himself Eon's neglected son? Where will you be during the random chimp event? You don't have to use keyboard and mouse. For a lot of games, if you're playing on PC and you're not using keyboard and mouse, you're putting yourself at an objective disadvantage, especially since there's less aim assist on controller. Fuck no. Why the fuck? That's just an objectively worse thing to do to yourself. If I'm gonna play controller, I might as well just play controller on an actual console. I puked over Ronald McDonald in McDonald's in 2012. What are these Angry Bird memes? What the fuck are you guys sending me Angry Bird memes? Wild questions is I'm assuming that Lily is human-sized, and we assume that Emu Lily love theory to be true. How the hell did Emu think of doing Boombaya with her? I mean... Okay, what chapter was here? Okay, let's just cover this first. Shira Hoshi born. 9... No, not that. First appearance of the 612. All right, I'm just pulling this up. All right. Give me 1 second. Give me like 2 seconds. Give me like 2 seconds, because you're asking me about Emu and Lily, but I think, you know. Explain to me right now how the fuck she had this child. one day I will join the server and spam you with feed panels. Maybe that's the reason why you're not... Maybe that's the reason why YouTube specifically is not giving you a gifted membership every time somebody's here. You're asking me about Emu and what's-his-face. What about King Neptune and his wife? She hurts herself literally slapping somebody in the face. And King Neptune is fucking massive, dude. Like, make it make sense, bruv. Make it make sense, please. Look at the size of Neptune and his fucking wife. And look at the size of their child. Hey, what's up, Jake? Jake, we're having some debates live today. Not these. These are the topics of conversation if you'd like to go over them. And I'm writing essentially who would like to join up for those debates. Also, it's raining outside. Is a loving, gentle husband. How about that? He can be a loving, gentle husband all he wants. There's no way he's fitting that inside that. Unless this guy has the... Unless King Neptune essentially has the fishman equivalent of a micro penis, I have no idea how the fuck he's doing this. That's probably how it happened. Probably. Lay eggs and fertilize them. I see what you're saying. I see what you mean. I disagree. She was never born from an egg. I have no reason to believe that she was born from an egg. Emu has a third leg, though. Maybe Neptune is a... No. If it works, it works. In One Piece, Oda's mind, it clearly works. Well, clearly it fucking works, man. Actually, that's an interesting topic of conversation. Did you see your message? I did see the one about feats and statements. I'm thinking about that. They have the topic we can add for the discussion as well. It's not bad. I'm gonna save it for another one. I'm gonna write down the discussion on my notes for another topic of for another debate stream. Why their bottom parts are the same as fishes? True, but she wasn't born from an egg. Chad Chun throughout the hotels in Red District. I'm alone. And the Clapper one, domain expansion, infinite size, scaling position. Alright. Do statements have as much weight as feats? Visible feats. I'll write some of these down and then we'll show them later. Why? There is a bottom part the same as fish. Is it shown? No, it's never shown. A mammal in SBS or something. If you can give us the SBS for that, I'd appreciate it. It's a seahorse technique. So you're telling me that the husband had the baby. Neptune Raga adapted to the small size? Sure. Dude, look how small she is in comparison to her fucking child. He actually is a nice dude when you personally know him. Now it just sounds like you're defending someone who essentially fucked the entire world over. Holy fucking shit, I did it. No heal, no recrafting. Resident Evil 9 speedrun at 3 hours and 7 minutes. Congratulations! Memento, congratulations, guys. Let's have some W's for Memento. He just finished the speedrun. A no heals, no crafting speedrun of Resi 9. That's actually pretty impressive. 3 hours and 7 minutes. Holy shit. Neptune is a gentle giant. Alright, here's what we're going to do. I'm probably just going to try to get some gameplay for the background of the stream. When you see someone with an old single mother, the wrinklier the raisin, the sweeter the fruit. What's in my pants? It's guacamole. Alright. Alright. Hey, Elbap. Usopp, shoot the flag down. Bet. What the fuck? Oh yeah, he blew up, okay. What is he talking about? Alright. I'm not the stepfather, I'm the father that stepped up. I'm crying. Punching babies in public is a crazy ass fucking thumbnail. When you find out your goat washed, from this moment everything will change. Alright. My very first speedrun at that? Proud of you, man. I'm genuinely proud of you. No crafting either. That's pretty impressive. Yeah. Gaban did it with a giant. I mean, yeah, he did. Had the worst ending. My trash can epidemia. What had the worst ending?
Which series had the worst ending? Chainsaw Man, Bleach, or My Hero Academia? Which series had the worst ending? MHA, Bleach, or Chainsaw Man? Okay. Emu versus Australia. Emu versus the Giants. I'm still investigating on Usopp stocks. Is Usopp greater than Eon? Fuck no. I would curb stomp the fuck out of Usopp. Negative difficulty. Alright. Guys, would you guys like to see some gaming for a little bit until like 3 p.m.? I'm down to play something until it. The chapter Drakunk, you read it, check the pinned comment. And while we do that, the worst ending is of course the Bean's relationship with Eon, and that is a 1-minute timeout. Don't start the fuck that don't start this, man. I'm not in the mood to go for like the next fucking 20 minutes. 20-30 minutes about this stuff, man. I'd rather just not do it. Let me close up the window because it is raining. This is like prime snap weather for me, by the way. Buggy versus Foxy, who you got? I'd probably give it a Buggy. Yeah, we're gonna get a gaming stream right now. I'm gonna set up my PlayStation real quick. Yeah, I'm probably gonna set up my PlayStation. We'll do that while we'll start playing on the background while video capture is on. Let's change the create an app projector. We'll set this up for me. Okay, so played Night Rain with me? Not right now. I do not feel like playing Night Rain. I'm gonna be honest with you. Besides, the Ethernet cord is connected to my. The Ethernet cord is currently connected to my PC, so I can get the best, the smoothest streaming experience. So I've got I basically can't play anything that's online right now. If you guys would like to see me play anything that isn't particularly online or specifically online, I can do it. Otherwise, we could have some tabs in the background in the meantime. Peasant Station 5. Alright. I have Yooka-Laylee. I have Wizard of Legends 2. I have Totally Accurate Battle Simulators. You're on Marbles right now. Which game should we have? What should we play? Alright. I've got, let's see, Subnautica 2, Slime Rancher 2, play Totally Accurate Battle Sim. Or solo Monster Hunter. Play a Souls game? I don't have a Souls game currently up yet. And Monster Hunter Wilds. Let me know what you guys would like me to play in the background. Night Rain was a great game. I don't think it's bad. I'm just really not feeling like playing that right now. Besides, I don't know how well I can do with a game that doesn't. Or I can also just do Digimon Time Strangers if you guys would like. I can also practice some 2x KO, but you guys are gonna see that I'm a fucking fraud. And there's also there's this game called Eldest Souls. There's a game called Eldest Souls. It's basically a top-down 2D Souls-like. It's a pixel Souls-like. If you guys would like me to play that as well. Let me change the. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna remake this. Let's try this again. Gameplay. What do we have for the background? Eldest Souls. Subnautica 2. Because I know that some of you guys want me to do a hard game, so I might as well do that.
Not Monster Hunter. Subnautica, Slime Rancher 2, or what was the other option that I gave previously? Totally accurate battle sim. Okay. See you later, Aster. Have a good night, man. Let's try that again. If you guys want to see a Souls-like game, then definitely select Eldest Souls. It's the only one I got that isn't online right now. Okay. I would play the finals. It would be my first choice personally, but I don't have good online right now. I'd rather not play it on live. I also technically had Doom Eternal, but I don't know if you guys want to see me fuck around with that game. It's kind of dead even between Eldest Souls and Subnautica too. Holy shit. You could have done it sub 3 hours and you didn't screw up the end game, the early game. That's cool. You're gonna try to go for another speed run, Memento? Yeah, chat really wants to see me suffer. I'm gonna wait until we get around 20 votes and then I'll probably just start the game. There's also Digimon Time Strangers as well. There's I'm very early into Subnautica, so you guys might not even get to see like any actual like monsters. I'm very early into Subnautica. Let's see what else. Slime Rancher I'm actually quite far into. Nobody wanted to see Slime Rancher 2. I might as well have picked fucking Monster Hunter Stories 3. Holy shit. As a heads up, Eldest Souls is also the game I played the least. If you don't play Night Rain in the next 5 days, it's over for you. No weekend, by the way. Maybe Monday. But not right now. I'm going to do one on normal with heals this time. No crafting. Got you. Best of luck, man. Yeah, we'll have about an hour. I'll wait another couple minutes. I'll wait like another like 3 minutes for you guys. Let me show you guys. Let me show you guys. For now, it seems like you guys really want to see Eldest Souls in the background, so I guess we could just pick that. Where the fuck am I in Digimon Time Strangers, anyway? Where the hell am I? I should definitely finish this game. Yeah, I should definitely try at some point to like finish this game. Let's see. This is my current Digimon lineup. Sweet. But now I'm playing an insane difficulty and infinite rocket launcher. It's a reward. That's lovely. Dude, some Digimon are just so fucking cool looking. I'm sorry. These guys are just really fucking cool to me. Bro's just got giant cannons on his back. I can also just make a team of all waifus if I wanted to. Let me actually see this real quick. Swap. 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 And I need one to be... Do we have any Digimon
female. I could throw in Bielstarmon into this. Actually, let's throw Bielstarmon instead of Junomon. And I guess we'll only have, and we'll do a Mervamon. Why not? Yeah, let's do Mervamon. Yeah, now we have a complete team full of baddies. Yeah, I might just beat the game like this. Fuck it. The Goat Shoutmon still kinda negs? Probably. Probably. But I mean, come on now. We got the waifu team. Peak ball knowledge, if you know the reference from that sentence. What sentence? See you later, Swarnum. I'm playing a run in insanity difficulty with an infinite rocket launcher. It's like a reward. I don't really think I know. Alright, so we got Elder Souls. So let's just check that game out. You guys are about to see me get absolutely fucking curb stomped. Because I remember I stopped playing this game because I was like, yo, fuck. Yo, the first boss is kind of rough. It has been a minute, so don't expect primo gameplay from me. I'm probably just going to have this in the background for the debate stream. Okay. Let's do it. W. Lilithmon, thank you. Oh, I guess I should have left that up for you guys. Let me do that again. It's like a reward from Django Unchained. Ah. I did see that movie last year. The movie was alright. I don't know if I was the biggest fan of it. It was alright. It was an okay movie.
In the beginning, there was dust, and from that dust, the moon was born. Eons of idleness passed, before suddenly it shattered. Great celestial chunks cascaded from the heavens unto earth. From one prodigious shine spawned humanity, and from another...
It was a random game that was like $5 when I got it. Ah, they said the thing.
Exil spread greed and distrust among his kin, compelling these calamitous beings to conquer man. Centuries of servitude passed, until finally, aided by a veiled ally, humanity revolted. The Great Crusade overthrew the old gods, imprisoning them within the sacred walls of the citadel.
Days Gone, that shit was peak. I think I've seen it. I think I've heard of it.
Was wrought, but it was not meant to last. For the miscreant, Exil, returned from his concealment, conducting atrocious experiments upon his caged kindred.
None of the other Viltrumites want a voice chat debate? Yeah. I mean, people just aren't up to debate right now. That's completely fine. It is what it is.
A shard of the purest obsidian, and thus a glimmer of hope remains.
Yeah, that's basically the synopsis of the story. You show up to this island, you get to the island, you show the fuck up, and then you do the thing. This is like the first boss. Let me just remember what the buttons were. Okay. Okay, so that's a bar to show me how far I'm going it through. Okay. Okay, let's see. So I got the 3 dashes. Do I have any other abilities? Nothing right now. Okay. W Law, I'm stealing it from my own project manga. Okay. I think I go through here. Yeah. It was, I think you go through here. And this is like supposed to be the first boss. Oh shit, that deals a lot of damage. Okay. Okay.
Okay. I'm remembering how to play now. Jesus Christ! Alright. Alright, let's try that up. Let's try that again. Okay. No way that still hit me! Ah, shit. Alright. You know who else got one tapped? Is it my mom? My mom got one tapped? Yeah, I gotta get the fuck away from this dude. Okay. Out, 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 out. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Oh, shit, that's a lot of damage. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. No way! I couldn't dash. What the fuck? I could. Ha! Alright. We got this. No. 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 Move. Oh, that sucks so fucking bad. Just move, just move, just move, just move. We're good? Okay. Ugh! I get stuck on the geometry, bruv. Ugh! Alright. There's a giant bean monster you have to fight to save the world, which you have the full capacity to do. Are you doing it? If there was a giant bean monster that I have to fight, sure, I'll beat the fuck out of it. There's no way I'm getting stuck on the geometry! Your WinCon is eating it? Fuck no. World is doomed. Not my problem. You guys just fucked over the entire planet just because I'm just not doing it. I'm not eating beans. Come on. Ugh, that's so much damage! Nope. Fucking hell, this thing does so much damage. Alright. Me arguing semantics on a bean debate is infinitely more rage-inducing than this video game for Eon. Yeah, I have. You guys would be surprised the amount of patience I have for these kind of games. You guys would actually be surprised. Alright, fuck you. Fuck me. Alright, I'm looking too much at chat. What doesn't kill you make you stronger? Yeah. I bet they never have to eat beans. Focus, focus, focus. $75% of my health is... That doesn't hit. What the fuck? Wait, phase 2? What kind of shit is that? Okay, so he swings faster, and then he shoots one of these. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then he jumps. 2. What the fuck just happened there? What the fuck just happened? Yeah, yes to my question. To fight and defeat the bean monster, you would have to get beans. Imagine the land, Goa Kingdom, and small islands where Luffy eats. Hey, you need to step away. I'll be back at work. Yeah. Don't worry about it. I don't have heals. You only heal in this game. The only way you can heal in this game is by essentially just dealing damage with this with this advanced state. So the more damage I deal, the more lifesteal I can get back. I was thinking that like this first portion was too easy, but it's like, fuck, man. Fucking hell. This game is bullshit! This game is bullshit. or Monster Legends. I don't know what those games are. Oh, Monster City. Yeah, Dragon City. I remember that now. Yeah. This is fine. What the fuck just happened? Oh. There's no way that still hit me, dude. Ugh, damn it. Play Resident Evil 9. It's my favorite game in the series, and it's one of the beginner-friendliest. I'm not a fan of Resident Evil in the slightest bit. Zombie games have never... Most forms of media that involve zombies have never, ever interested me in any way, shape, or form. I'm not the biggest fan of... I'm just not the biggest fan of, like, zombie games. I don't really care for zombies. Dude, this is the first boss in the game, too. This shit sucks, man. Come on. Just walk around, just... Probably scared? Not really. Yo! What the fuck is that damage output, man? Ugh. No way that still touched me, dude. I quite actually don't understand your appeal. You just stream and act like some smart person for over an hour and feeding into some kind of ego while saying Law would solo all of Shippuden. Well, to be fair, this is a bit of an impromptu stream for starters, and I mean, I can back up everything that I said about Law soloing Naruto. You can believe whatever you want to believe, it's just a different opinion. I'm only doing this right now to kill some time until I get the, until we start up our actual stream topic today. I don't know if you can necessarily say that, you don't understand the appeal if you haven't actually been here for a full stream, but, I mean, to each their own. Not everyone's going to like you in this life. If you don't like me, I think that's completely fine. I have no issue with it. I will say, I do at least agree with the idea, like, I don't understand, like, the appeal in streamers in general. Alright. Dude, phase 2 is bullshit, man! That is so much damage. No way that's still reached. Urgh! That's fine. I don't understand why people like you because I disagree with you. Holy ego. Yeah. I already know what's coming if I do join to debate. You just have to have 5 other dudes against just one of me, and the chat will just crack jokes. Actually, Pele, that's not how it works. That's not how we do things here. Maybe that's how other streamers or other debaters do it, but we don't do that here. Just to show you, I have a couple of debate topics that are going to happen at 3 p.m. We are currently just trying to figure out who would like to talk about these topics of discussion. Wait, let me remove, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Don't. There we go. There we go. Polite. These are the current stream topics that we're going to be going over. We have some people that are pro and against some of these topics. We're just going over them. Nobody here is going to go out of their way to have like 5 people stacked up and talk all over you while you don't get a single say in it. That's not what we do, and I actually condemn that kind of behavior because it's not even having a discussion at that point. It's just coming at a person. Now, you don't seem to know what we're about on this channel, and I think that's completely fine, but I don't appreciate the idea of like generalizing us to some other kind of toxic behaviors just because that's what you see as a norm for other debaters, but that's not what we do here. These are the topics that we're covering. We're going to have this discussion in about 45 minutes. We're going to start having these debate topics, and if anybody would like to just come up and have a discussion, I'm not even going to be a part of it personally. I'm just going to sit back, let 2 people have a discussion, create their claims, and it's all for the sake of just becoming better at debating. What we do on this channel isn't some, oh, we hate Naruto, we're gonna make fallacious statements about Naruto and make up bullshit, yada yada yada, One Piece has to be the greatest series of all time and everything. We don't do that here. Everyone here has different opinions, everyone here gives me pushback on different topics of conversation, people give each other pushback, and we all do it with a sense of, we all do it with a sense of respect, in the sense that we don't insult each other, we don't try to speak over each other, and we don't do anything like that. It's not that serious. It really is not. It isn't that serious. You can view it as however you want. You can say that you don't understand why people debate, but if you actually sit down and maybe, just try to partake in part of the stream, you might actually understand why, or see why people actually enjoy my content. And it's also not an ego thing. I don't know. I don't really try to play myself off as a smart person. I if anything, view myself as most of an idiot. For the most part, especially like in day-to-day stuff. But in general, when it comes to these, when it comes to most of these conversations, I don't know, man. If you disagree with soloing Naruto, we can also have a discussion about that. I always tell people in chat to leave the person alone, and I will have the discussion alone with you. We can have, you can type it out. I'll give you as much time as you need. I'll wait for each one of your responses, but, yeah, no, we don't do that whole, like, people jump you, and then it's a 5v1, and then, yeah, we don't do that here. I would never try to promote that kind of behavior just because I entirely disagree with that kind of stuff. I definitely pressed the dodge button for that, but whatever. I give everyone an equal chance to speak. You want to debate someone? Yeah. If anybody wants to debate in chat, you're more than welcome to. I'll just sit in the background and just lower my sound. No way! Yo, this boss eats beans. This boss eats beans, man! Come on! Yo, that range is so stupid! Ah! I think that person left. It's fine. chat, should that have hit me? Come on. I don't even call it luck. It's just like, yo, this thing has crazy-ass fucking hitboxes, man. What game is this? It's called Eldest Souls. And this is the first fucking boss, dude. Just move away. Just move away. No! I got caught! Fuck! No! Fuck! I wasted all my... Ooh! I wasted all of my dashes. Damn it! I'm dealing like no damage to this thing. What the fuck? No! No, 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 no! Get them back. Get them back. Get them back. He got me in a corner. Fuck, man. Huh. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I always have this mentality when approaching people in power scaling. I won't be toxic, but expect pushback from people who disagree with you. Yeah, that's fine. Do you guys want to debate live on stream? Do you guys want to debate live on stream, Six and Lapis? If you guys want to, I'm more than welcome to accommodate that. No way. Ah, I looked away. Yeah. You guys are just messing around. If I start philosophical bullshit, I'm snoozing. Yeah. No way! Come on! Urgh! What are these debates? I do have something to do else real quick. We're gonna do it in about 30 more minutes. About 30 more minutes. From 28 to 16, bro fell off. I mean, what do you want from me? I'm not really doing anything interesting. I'm just playing a shitty game. Do I have anything? Okay, I need to see what the fuck I can do. When attacking, you can use light attacks by pressing the attack button quickly. Charged up by holding the attack button and releasing it after a short period of time. Charge attack deals more damage and more... charge attack increases your bloodthirst gauge and you can charge more with the bloodthirst. I need something else. Bloodthirst is a powerful buff that gets activated once you get full charge. During a bloodthirst, you deal more damage, move faster, and attack faster, and heal yourself. When in bloodthirst, you can use Blood Burst, a powerful attack that depletes your bloodthirst bar. When you dash, you're invulnerable for a short period of time. You can also use these invincibilities. Yeah. Old Gods, Wind Scythe, Berserk / Counter. It's all about defense. Yeah. Waiting for your enemy to do something. Yeah. I need something, man. I need something for this thing, man. This is way too much fucking damage that this thing deals back to back, and I don't have anything. I have no fucking skill points either. How do I remove the shard? How do I do that? I don't have any skill points either. Fuck. Bro, do something interesting. What do you want me to do? I don't have anything else to talk about until we have the debate stream up at 3, and I don't really have anything else to do. I mean, you guys want me to play a different game? I can. You guys already voted for Elder Souls. You guys want to do some tabs? We can do something that you guys can actually take part in. I don't mind doing tabs. We can also do that as well. I don't mind. You guys are just going to see me get thrashed by this thing a ton, because I don't know what else I can do to fucking fight this thing. It deals too much damage. That's the one thing I will say about games like this. It's like, it just essentially, it needs you to like learn the fight perfectly, and it's like, dude, some of these hitboxes are fucking ridiculous. Charging attacks fills your counter bar, reducing damage taken up to 5%. Once the bar is full, you can activate the counter. Defensive stamp that absorbs any damage and deals 40 and 90 damage depending on the counter timing, and briefly shields you for 20 seconds during damage done. You have Expedition 33 downloaded? Nope, deleted the game after I platinumed it. You need Expedition 33 gameplay? I mean, what do you want from me? I could download Expedition 33, but it's gonna take longer than 30 minutes. Play Dark Souls 2 if you... Oh, man. I don't have Dark Souls 2. I don't own that game. I could switch it up. I could do, tabs. If you guys want to do some tabs, we can do tabs. We can do tabs as well. I've got Monster Hunter Stories. I wanted to see you try to beat Simon again. Can I go back and fight Simon? I've already beaten him once. Can I go back and fight him? I think I have that, actually. Which is your favorite mobile game? I don't play mobile games. I don't really think of mobile games as video games. I don't know. Mobile games just... Let me see. Do I have the Simon fight? Yeah, it's this one.
I'm just that good at the game. I'm just that good at the game. I'm just that good at...
Yeah.
Beating my ass. I don't need to be... Shit. My love?
You fight all the main side bosses, including DLC. Sweet.
You're lying. Wow. Don't tell me I have to fight Chromatic Simon. Fuck my pussy in half. Well, that's fair. And his sword is even bigger. Oh, there's a fucking eclipse behind him. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it might have been too easy. Fuck me.
Did I have the time that I beat Simon? I think it was this one, right? Yeah. Yeah, Monoko was not necessary for this.
That's fine.
Your Lune build? I did the Lune stuff before you did. What do you mean your build? Yeah, I do have the darkness thing for Lune. Maybe you can informally debate the Sage dude who responded to your Law soloing Naruto video. There's no point in having a conversation with the guy because he doesn't know any One Piece scaling, so there's kind of no reason for me to really talk to him about it. Have you beat Simon Divergent Star? Nope. Didn't really care to do it. I thought about doing it maybe at some point in the future. Not right now. I kind of just wanted to put the game down for a bit. Like, here's the thing. I could have beaten the game months prior to, like, me actually beating it. I just never went back and played it. I just never went back. I kind of just wanted to find, like, a time for me and my girlfriend to sit down and really, like, just finish it out since it was, like... Since, it was the last thing that she and I needed to do for the game. Well, besides, like, platinuming it. I wanted to platinum it, but I didn't want to do all the stuff to platinum it yet. I just have to, like, go find some random guys and finish out some random side quests. I'm trying to debate SB the Sage, but he keeps ducking. I wouldn't try to put it in. I don't even try to put too much thought into it. But yeah, when it comes to like Sage of Thick Calves, if he doesn't watch or read One Piece, there's kind of no point in having a discussion because he doesn't have any context for anything that we're talking about, and he can't really debunk any of my points if he has no sign of the scaling. I don't know what his other points were. I don't know what some of his other points were. I do disagree about the Genjutsu stuff. Even if he did believe that Genjutsu works, I mean, Salt Law just still takes them all out. The guy that he was also like chatting with said that like Law doesn't have any observation hockey feats, but neither does Big Mom or Zoro or a lot of other characters. So it's like, if you need an observation hockey feat for those guys, saying he was basically just assuming that Law was trash, and their argument for Foxy not being Lightspeed essentially entirely devolves to they have to believe that. It essentially boils entirely down to, to convince him of agreeing your One Piece scalings, some Naruto debunking, Law soloing in a formal debate would be long and Herculean. It's not even about convincing him because I don't care about convincing a person. I'm the only thing I do, or the only thing I personally care about is simply defending my position. I don't really care about the rest. It's never about.
Right?
It's
That's why my L is important.
it's never. Wait. The fuck? Oh, that was the failed attempt. That was my failed attempt, right? Yeah. Yeah, that was my failed attempt against this fucker. That was what it was, yeah. Yeah.
That's that gradient level 3.
It's never about like convincing a person, because again, it only will boil down to. I mean, you don't have to call them frauds at scaling. It just boils down to like,
I can get to the.
where do we stand on these points? Oh yeah, their point about Fox essentially boils down to believing whether or not the undiscovered particles have anything to do with the beams not having all the same properties as light, which it essentially bro took my build and is trying to say it was my build. I beat Oskio before you beat him, and I had Lune's thing before you did, so yeah, it is my build. You were literally telling me about how much you hated Oskio and how much and how tough he was, and I beat him literally what, like the first day that I got to him? Yeah, it didn't take me more than a day to beat Oskio. I just wanted to bait a big YouTuber. I mean, you want to debate the Sabo stuff? I don't mind. Lies? Definitely not lies.
One shots me. Fantastic.
Definitely not lies. Gathers chrome around Minoko, does the damage, yeah. Verso comes back to life, yeah. Then we break him. We go for as much damage as possible. And then we get to phase 2.
Every time he kills Verso, he goes instantly into break.
He can't. There's hardly a point. But that's the thing. The Foxy point, the debunk for Foxy is essentially and only boils down to you believing that because it is an undiscovered particle, that all of a sudden must mean that it must not have all of the same properties as light, or at least in terms of speed, or at least the properties of light that would have it be a light speed attack, and that is entirely based on interpretation. There is no objective argument to be had there. Infinite Shots Verso is fun. I wanted to make a character that shoots a lot. Why not use Infinite Shots Verso? Besides, Infinite Shots Verso also works well with, like, Revival Verso. He doesn't have very good damage-dealing attacks skills, in my opinion.
Okay, let's set up Oriole.
Yeah, we have to... It basically just sets up Oriole every time. Yeah, but y'all must reach a synthesis. It necessitates him to agree on your conclusion. That's how the dialect works. So it has to convince him in a way, which is probably going to be a massive issue. But that's the thing. You can't convince someone who wouldn't want to be convinced. And there's no point in trying to convince someone who doesn't watch or read the series, especially if they're going to try to make some BS points about Naruto. From what I've been told, they believe in Naruto being universal. So again, if we fundamentally disagree about Naruto being universal, then I mean, what's the point? I think the dialect essentially would just boil down to the following. How can you, even if you give him the Foxy point, it's still, Luffy's still definitively light speed, but since he dodged Kizaru's lasers. Well, he doesn't dodge Kizaru's lasers, he dodges Pacifista lasers. Yeah, but it's the cheese. You can see the Verso unique, you can make Verso unique without infinite shots. I don't care about it being unique or not. I don't really care about that stuff. I just saw, wait a second, I can shoot a lot of times at Verso. Oh wait, this is fun. So I made Verso infinite shots. I don't personally care for cheese builds, or at least the idea of like builds being cheese. I mean, I basically decided to make a cheese Lune build so I can get cheater in the first place when I fought against what's his face? The giant boss that gives you cheater if you beat it. I beat it like around like level 32 or something. Copium uptake plus 100? Probably. He thinks Luffy isn't FTL until Egghead, that's the issue? Yeah, I mean, if you believe that Luffy isn't FTL until Egghead, even though he calls beams of light slow, dodges beams of light in base form, etc., 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 but somehow convince yourself that Naruto's light speed because of the Raikage, even though none of it is supported within the actual context of the story. Infinite shots Verso is boring as hell. I mean, you can believe whatever you want to believe. I don't personally care. I had fun with it. That one thing only convinces, but that's one of the only things I prefer about debates. I don't have to convince them of anything. If they can't attack the argument, I win the point. But that's the thing. That's why I don't care about debates. It's only about winning the point. It's only about winning the point, and half the time things are all about interpretation. That's why I don't personally care for them. I might just use this clip. I might just use this as background clips. Yeah, I might just use this as a background clip. I think I'll just use different gaming clips for the background. Yeah, I might just use this as a thing. I'll have to find my USB. And, yeah, just use this as gameplay.
Oh my god, he didn't even attack Verso. Good shit.
I might just debate Sage on Outer Krillin using Summit. Because that would be funny as hell. I think he said Luffy went high diff with Kizaru in Gear 5, so he implied he needed Gear 5.
That's fine.
If he can't have the capacity to drop some of his points when his points are contested, especially in a formal debate, then yeah, it's a massive problem, which renders a formal debate impossible. Then backtrap to the too slow time skip statement. I don't know, man. I find just the whole idea of, like, having to debate somebody that, like, doesn't even know your series to begin with, but you know both, essentially meaning that, like, again... Because, like, here's the thing. If you are debating me, I'm not going to agree. I'm more than likely not going to agree to any points, or, like, I won't concede any points that essentially fall down to, I just won't concede to any points that essentially boil down to interpretation. If the point does not have an objective statement or feat to back it up, or has something that objectively, like, prove it, I just don't have a reason to believe it. Like, I have no reason to, like, negate the point. It's just a point based entirely on interpretation, so to lose a point that's based on interpretation just doesn't mean anything to me. How do I lose a point when all they had to do was just say, well, this is what I believe, I just choose to believe in this version of it. That's why I just don't do debates, bro. There's no point in it. Half the time, your point is going to fall down to some level of interpretation. All of my points, to some extent, have to fall down to some level of interpretation, same as his. So again, it just becomes that just becomes the issue.
The worst thing that could possibly fucking happen for me.
Good at debate, but not really fluent, sadly. That's okay. I knew he was. We had people that weren't fully fluent in English come up earlier this week.
Not do, yeah. That's pretty fucking disastrous.
I don't believe that he lost to Kizaru. I don't agree with him losing. I think the guy that put Kizaru down twice, one was more powerful.
Yes. Spoke about that.
Yeah, I forgot how much damage that shit dealt. Holy fuck.
Now I cannot go Martian.
Yeah, I don't know why somebody would use... I don't know if there's any, like, other really, like, viable build for Verso, because, like... It's essentially either infinite builds, or he just doesn't have decent damage output with any of his other attacks. I don't know. Which stage are we talking about? The One Piece guy? No, not Thick Calves. And the other sage brought in a One Piece guy to inform him on the scaling. Yeah, but if you're having a guy essentially downplay every single One Piece feat, do you really have somebody giving you One Piece scaling? Because, like, I already lowball One Piece. Like, that's the thing. I'm gonna put it like this. Hold on. I'm gonna put it like this, right? I'm gonna put it like this. I already lowball One Piece. I give One Piece characters the bare minimum you should be giving them. I don't go by any... I have a pretty good Verso build. What's the Verso build? Just tell me, like, what the focus is. Because that's the issue, right? If you have a guy that is essentially downplaying One Piece characters more than I already downplay them, I'm just gonna say, yeah, you know what? There's just no point, right? There's no point in having that conversation because... While I don't think that my opinion is the objectively correct one, I do believe that I downplay One Piece characters to the bare minimum you can justifiably give them, right? I really do downplay them to the bare minimum you can justifiably give them. If you don't want to give them the Foxy stuff, that's fine, but if you're going to sit here and say that Luffy dodging a beam of light after it's been fired is somehow not a light speed feat... And you're gonna say it's relativistic, it's probably massively hypersonic or whatever the fuck. You're at that point, yeah. Everything that you say from there on out, I just won't even remotely listen to, because I'm already downplaying the characters as it is. Anyone here that actually scales One Piece can vouch for that. I don't really like giving characters more than the bare minimum in any instance anyway. Whenever I debate characters, I always give them bare minimums. I don't go at anything more than that because anything more than that can fall into the territory of headcanon, right? Even Eon scales them lower than I do. I got pre-time skip at FTL plus and low MFTL. Yeah, I give them the bare minimum you can possibly give them. If I give them the actual scaling that I think is reasonable and fair, then guess what? It just becomes crazy. I'm going to use this against Sage if he agrees to debate. You can. So Goku Black understanding the encompasses the theoretical concept of space and time. Based on that fact, he knows the truth about creation and past tense and summons. The idea of the build is to do massive damage with Steeled Strike and Cheater to be able to use it once per turn. Ah, right, because Cheater gets you... Cheater means that you don't have to do any setup. Got you. I don't know if I really like Steeled Strike. I don't know if it deals that much damage. I haven't tried it out, though. Alright, so now he removes everyone from the canvas. That's right. I brought him down to less than a third. Yeah. The difference between this game and the last one was that this game was specifically... Yeah. Yeah, it was this. Yeah, I remember now.
You get one chance at this. You get one chance. Let's go! Yes! Ah!
Yeah, that was pretty fun. I forgot which weapon you need to use, but it can get 20 to 30 million damage with it, with a little help of good RNG. Got you. Knowing Sage, he will probably insult you. I don't know which Sage you're... Okay, you're probably thinking about SB the Sage. We're talking about Sage of Thick Calves. I'll probably just throw up this gameplay in the background, or search your entire account. What do you mean search your entire account? What do you mean by that? There's more debate focus. He's done a lot of stream debates and inverse discussions. He's pretty chill. I mean, we had this discussion before. Just even if you're a good debater, doesn't make you a good power scaler, and vice versa. Both can be true. Both may not be true. You could also be a good debater and a good power scaler, but I don't know, man. He clicked on my page and scrolled through every video I've ever posted in, like, the last 3 years. That's funny. I was 15. Ah. Who wins, Sage or Memento Mori's usage of Oxford's definition? That's funny. That's funny. Let's have some fun. All right, in about 10 minutes, we'll start up the other end of the stream. Maybe like a combo build. Maybe like a combo build for like shots to get him up to S rank, perfect S rank, and then maybe if I do like an S rank build where like I build up to S rank and then I do the steeled strike stuff, that wouldn't be too bad. But yeah, he just searched my whole account to attack my character instead of my argument, and he either private or deleted the VOD, but I still have it downloaded as proof. That's funny as fuck. Not the fact that he insulted you, more so the fact that, you know, you got it all downloaded already. Oh yeah, this was, I think this was before, no, yeah. And we still got it. Sweet.
Oh, and he's still marked.
Oh, that's right. I thought, that's right, that's right. Why the fuck did I do this? That's right, that's right, that's right, that's right, he did this. Is the one that sets you to S rank perfection but doesn't allow you to heal. Got you, got you. You know what's crazy? I panicked during this one, and I didn't know I had to, I thought I had to parry it and not gradient parry. I was so mad. Can I debate on if Super Goku is outer? I mean, who you're gonna debate? I don't think anybody here is gonna want you to debate that. Yeah, I was super fucking mad, dude. Yeah, now I remember. Yeah. That's what it was. Yeah, now I remember. I got completely fucked by that. If you want to debate on whether or not Super Goku's outer, I mean, you can. I'm just saying. You're going to have to find somebody who's going to be on, like, the opposite end of it, and they're actually going to have to know some Dragon Ball scaling themselves.
I just panicked. That was the difference between the good and the great, and I was just ass. That's
Yeah. I think a better starting build would actually be to not have Mael up and to instead have Lune. Sorry, not Lune, CL. Because CL allows you to go again. Most people disagree with outer Goku, that's why I proposed I'll take the affirmation. That's fine.
the game winning. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. It didn't matter. It's okay. It's okay. Cause you know when you like just lose something that was just completely fucking savable, like nothing ever actually lost you that. It was just it was a perfect barrier.
Did I beat this version of Oskio? Yeah, I think we... Yeah, we did beat this version of Oskio. Cool. I also have some gameplay over here for, what the fuck's this? Oh yeah, this motherfucker. I hate this thing. Let's see, do I have anything for, what's this? Why'd I save this? What the fuck did we do here? That was against the CPU, that's right. Yeah, that was pretty shitty. What's this one again? Yeah, second route is actually faster. First one is just to get away from everybody. fuck was this? And I missed the the teleporter, which I actually think it's probably slower. Let's go. Okay, let's see. Yeah.
Ooh, I'm handsome. Ooh, I am talented.
The self glaze is crazy. The fuck was this?
I fought for that. Is where you want? In and out as Angela, but I always feel like I just need that bit of healing to get me out of there. Oh, peep my fucking highlight.
Might not kill it. I might not make it till 3:30 to 4. I stuck at work. Nice to see Claire Obscur. It's incredible. It's a good game. Very good game. I love Claire Obscur. I'm probably just going to throw in like random different gameplay in the background. I've saved up enough that I think I can just do that. I've been actually playing a lot more of the finals recently. I've been playing a lot more finals.
Ah, fuck.
I think I'm pretty nice at the finals, all things considered. Like, when I get going with a sniper, I think I'm pretty fucking gross. Just a random bitch. Yo, wait, how did that happen? Let me see this shit real quick. That was a fucking no-scope. That's so funny. What else did I save? Let me see. Oh, this was some beef shit. This was some beef shit. Oh, this was fucking funny to me. Oh, damn.
What the fuck happened?
Yo.
But I can get you. Fuck. I should have said something beforehand.
This is with me and a friend playing.
Okay. Yeah, I get
Got him.
Yo. Well, that was me trying to revive my friend and I fucking failed. I might just throw I might just throw some of this gameplay in the background, bro. This shit's kind of funny. Dude, I should really upload some of this gameplay, man. This shit's just too funny.
Arthur ass, nigga.
Yo, no way I got him. No way I got him. I gotta save that.
Oh yeah, I was playing some Slime Rancher on the side. All right, we're about to start up. See what other gameplay do I have for the finals? It's been so fucking long. Oh, that's right. I did play against Clea at one point. I did kill Clea at one point. Not that. Let me see. Where the hell is the clip of me having to fight Clea? The Mask Keeper, I don't care about that. I don't care about that. That's Clea. That's that. Yeah.
It's a fucking petanque. Can you blame me?
No, not the petanque. Oh! That's a gross tete. How was that? Ah, that's right. That was that one. Chromatic Aberrest. Yeah. Oh, this was Clea. Yeah, this was Clea.
I'll take it. Ha! Hardest fucking boss I'm ever going to fight. An enemy unlike anything I've ever seen before. Holy.
Oh yeah, I just one-shot Clea. I actually never saw what her gameplay was like. I never saw what Clea's gameplay was like, just because I never got to the point in our fight where like she ever had an attack. I just killed her in one shot. Feeling like your girlfriend right now. No idea what you're talking about, but it's low-key starting to get me interested. Ah, nice. The Finals is a fun game. It's kind of like Call of Duty, except it's less of a theme about like, you know, fighting for like war and stuff like that, and it's more so just you're like a player. What the fuck? I shut that off. Screen capture source, the entire screen. There we go. Okay, now you guys can see me. All right. Yeah, the Finals is pretty funny. It's got a bunch of different stuff in it that that just makes the game funny. I don't know how to explain it. A lot of the cosmetics are really fucking stupid. I like that. The gameplay is basically just Call of Duty, but with different character skills. With 3 different character classes and skills. It's fun. There's a bunch of different game modes. I would recommend it. It's pretty fast-paced, and I would say I'm a pretty good sniper. Okay. Telling a grown man you feel like his girlfriend genuinely crazy, but that's just me. Oh, la-di-da. Sorry about that. La-di-da. Eon, I saw his theory that Loki and Luffy will drive off Emu, but not defeat them, and that Blackbeard will be waiting in the flower room when Emu arrives and finish off Emu. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, the Blackbeard stuff has not even remotely been set. The Blackbeard stuff has not even remotely been set up, and I think it would be terrible writing for Oda to essentially have Emu go back to the flower room and essentially just be taken down in an instant. I think that would be absolutely terrible. I don't know who made up that theory, but I don't think that it's backed up by any actual logic. It just doesn't make any sense to me. No shade up to the person that thought it up, but like, isn't it a little bit weird to just assume that Blackbeard, for whatever reason, would show up with no prior information given, with no we also know, with no prior information given, with the fact that he's never even been remotely implied to be heading into Mary Joie. He wants to be a king. They want to name him a king, or he wants to be have his nation be marked as that of a king. Why would he just show up to the flower room, and how did he get past like several admirals, etc.? Just a few thousand years younger than Eon. It's not that bad. All right, that's enough of that. Okay, guys, we will start the debate portion of the stream soon. We still have some people. We still have some spaces open for those that would like to debate the pros and cons of any one of these portions of the stream. I don't know if everybody is here yet. I don't know if John is here yet. I know that Lapis is, but I don't know if Drake is here yet, or if Malevolent Sponge is here. So, we will probably wait for them. Just to go over the stream topics again, here they are. If anybody would like to debate the positive or negative end, please let me know down below. I'm going to head into the... Does Goofy forget Blackbeard ran into it, impelled down, and took the poison damage with no plans at all? And he got into Impel Down because Luffy was there. Because Luffy essentially opened up and created a massive chaos shit show for Blackbeard. And that hasn't happened yet in Mary Joie. So, what's your point? If you're guys gonna come in here to try and come at me for no reason, I mean, you might as well come in a chat and try to at least have a discussion. I don't know, man. I thought it would be Van Auger that would get him since he touched it, and it would be... Since he touched it? What did he touch? And it would be kind of like a continuation of Rox's statement that he would be back, but I do agree it wouldn't be the greatest writing. I mean, I have no qualms with the idea of Blackbeard showing up to Mary Joie. I have no qualms with the idea of Blackbeard, being the one who, like, absorbs Emu's powers. I don't give a shit about any of that. The problem that I have with the theory that you brought up is that Blackbeard is just waiting there. That he's just there in the flower room. That he's just waiting around. That's the part that I just don't agree with. Also, Van Auger didn't touch anything even remotely close to, touch the elder that got killed. No, that wasn't him that touched it. That was, Katarina Devon. She touched one of the elders, and the elder that got killed, she's simply going to take over his appearance. That wasn't him that touched him. And either way, even if that was, what's-his-face? Even if that was Van Auger that touched Saturn, Saturn got killed, so what would it matter? Okay. So, are any of these topics interesting for any of you guys to try to discuss, or are we just gonna move on ahead with it? Let me know real quick. Sorry, my bad, mixing up the names. No, you're fine. You're fine, you're fine. There's no real issues. No man touched as well as Van Auger did. I don't know who... Sure. I'm joining right now? I don't think I'm in the chat yet, am I? I mean, I don't really... did you let me know which one of these did you want to debate? I don't recall if you gave me the name for which one of these you wanted to debate. Let me know real quick. Super Goku is outer, please let me debate. But who are you going to debate? It's not a debate if there's not two people. Who's going to debate you when Goku is outer? If you just want to push Goku as outer, I mean, you're more than welcome to. I don't personally care, but... No man touched as well as Eon did? That doesn't even make any sense. That doesn't even make sense. What do you... No man touched as well as Eon did? That means I did touch someone, but... As well as... Who did I touch? What the fuck are we talking about? Is anyone pro-beneficial battlefields? I don't think anyone's pro-beneficial battlefields yet. If you'd like to be pro-beneficial battlefields, Marco, you're more than welcome to. God blessed me with convenient transport. I proposed a debate for you a bit ago. What was the debate? I'm sorry, Aura. I didn't recall it. I meant no one touched me as well as Eon did. I've never even met you in real life. I don't even know what you look like in real life. I'd like to not be pro. So you'd like to be con. Okay, so Marcos for con. Marcos. Cool. Do domains count as beneficial battlefields? Not necessarily. Domains themselves are abilities. They are not battlefields. It's higher up in the chat. Can you just retype it up? Can you just retype it up, please? You can just shorten it out. Can someone test if GIF perms are activated in the debates server? Sort of voice hangout? Yeah. Yeah. What was the debate? In the same time as dinosaurs? Fuck you. Fuck you. That's crazy. Fuck you. Just got home. I'm low-key over satiated and exhausted, so I'll be nerfed, but I can argue pro anything. Just sign me. Sure. I'll sign you up for pro battlefields if you like. Battlefield. Zeraxta. You can take some time, Zedoxer. Don't worry about it. Take your time. It's not that crazy. It's gonna scavenge through hundreds of messages. I'm not gonna scavenge. Bro just fed me some bullshit. We still need a pro for point 3. We need a pro and a con for point 4. And we need a pro and a con, and I think we've got everything else. So we need a pro for point 3. Does anybody want to be a pro for pixel scaling? What's up, Jake? Yeah, we're looking for pros for any of these. Why is Six talking about feet again? I don't know, man. Six likes feet, I suppose. Fixed it. Let's go. Lovely. Point 3, is such a hard one to be pro for. So much human error. I mean, people believe in it. There was a guy that was here before that wanted to be... That was definitely pro this portion, but you can do pro for pixel scaling if you'd like. Yeah, sure. We can do that. Lapis. So I guess we'll only do 4 points today, which I think is completely fine. Would anybody want to go first? Is Malevolent Sponge here? Just to be sure, is Malevolent Sponge here? If not, that's fine. I think John isn't here yet, and Zadokster, I think they said that they're a little nerfed right now, so if anything, they said that they're exhausted, so I can give them a bit of time. Whenever you want for me? Okay, gotcha. So if Zadokster's ready, whenever you are, I can throw you guys in. It'll take 1 minute to pause, though. Be right back. Yeah, no, take your time, take your time. We can talk about anything in the meantime. Who wants to take the negation for Outer Goku? If anybody wants to take the negative for Outer Goku, you're more than welcome to. But yeah. Get a random quirk or get a random stand. Carnival cruise passenger wins $30,000 lawsuit after she was served 14 tequila shots. Why the fuck would anyone do it? What do you mean by outer Goku? As in Goku's outer versal. He actually exists outside the confines of time and space. Well, breathing techniques, elements are fake. What is lifting the demons into the air and killing them here? I don't know. Yeah. You're here? Okay. What's the... Okay, let's go over a couple of things. Zadokster, what are the topics I might get on there? Here are the topics. Here are the topics. The only one that's open, the only one that's still somewhat open is, you can take the con for number 3 if you'd like. You can take the con for number 3 if you'd like, Jake. Mal said that they'll let anybody else take over 3 or 5 if they'd like. And you can take on any point in 4, either positive or negative for should creation equal attack potency or destructive capacity. Or contextual, I don't know what that falls under. I mean, you can argue for the pro of it. They can equal attack potency and destructive capacity. You don't have to argue for them in their entirety, but you can at least argue for it in terms of context. In terms of context as a pro, you can. Low key might take 4, let me think. Yeah, if you have a positive end or a negative end for 4, just let me know. And then then we'll throw it up. Luffy was blitzed by Kizaru, was moving at light speed, so how is Luffy FTL? Because Kizaru isn't limited to the speed of light at any point in the series.
There is absolutely no piece of evidence within the entire context of the series that implies he only moves at light speed. He even called Luffy too slow when he used second gear in Marineford and casually kicks him away. Luffy, prior to that moment, Luffy literally dodges a beam of light in base, so yeah, he would definitely be FTL by actual statements and feats. Literally dodged a beam of light in base form after it was fired, which is FTL. So he would be FTL by feats. Alright. You'll gladly take FTL Luffy? Sure. Who said that? I don't see it. Oh, somebody said that on one of my comments. I was just replying on my phone. My phone already had YouTube up from earlier in the morning. Is he live on Twitch or some too? Where's he reading that from? Yeah, no, it's just on my phone. I got a comment and I was just replying on it because I opened up. YouTube was not opened up. YouTube was the last thing open on my phone. So when I opened it up, I saw that. I just saw a notification for the comment. Give me a second. Here, let me show you. Ba da 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 da. Da, 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 da. Yeah, I just replied to this just now, like 50 seconds ago. Yeah, you guys are fine. Bum, da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. What's this about? Canadian Space Agency? What do they have? Let's show strange behavior for honey. Kind of kills that debate, not gonna lie. I mean, you don't really need the acceleration as power. You can still just prove it through Marineford feats. Yo, honey like that looks crazy. Holy fuck. And then it just curls back. The amount of things that, like, just change when you go up to space is so interesting to me. Holy crap. Would you guys ever go to, like, a space station? Have you guys had, like, the opportunity to do that? It is conveniently disregarded, even though Sabaody Kizaru is FTL, yeah. That's so interesting. That's so interesting. Well, I watched Hail Mary, and this is dope to see. Yeah. Strange things happen when you remove gravity. I agree. Also, did you guys hear about Vitali? Did you guys hear about the whole situation with this dude hair washing in a space station? Dude, that looks crazy. I'm going to just speed this up just in case, because I don't know if this is going to get, like, demonetized or whatever. This is crazy. Maybe for a day or two. I don't like to stay from home for too long. When are we going to get Luffy versus Naruto? Whenever I'm finished with it. That's when you'll get it. Is it debate time? It is. I'm just waiting for you guys. I was actually waiting for some more people to show up, because, specifically you were also, ready. Yeah, it is debate time. Dude, for people with long hair, this shit's gotta be a nightmare. Yo, a haunted house with zero gravity would go crazy. Alright, it's debating time. Alright, I'm not gonna debate you on Outer Goku because I don't have a position on where Goku stands. I don't debate something that I have no position in. Alright. The further Eon gets from the attraction of the planet's gravity, the lower his attraction to women gets. What the fuck does that even mean? Alright. Fun fact. You cannot have sex in space. It's literally impossible. I'll be the first dude to have sex in space. Fuck out of here. Just launch me up, bro. Just launch me up, bro. I promise you. I promise you I'll be the first dude. Alright. Yo, what up? Yo, what's good, guys?
Gonna mute the stream just so.
Yeah, it doesn't get feedback. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't get any feedback.
Jake, are you still here? Would you still like to do point 4?
Jake is gonna debate me in a bit.
Okay. Perfect. Marco, Zadoxter, are you guys still here? Marco, Zadoxter, are you guys here?
I can't be here for very long, but
I know Zadoxa said that they just got home and everything, so I'm just double checking. Can you breathe fire or give me $1 million? That's crazy. I can't do something. It's crazy. Jeff is funny.
I'll just abuse my mod privileges and add everyone.
I mean, I kind of do that all the time already.
All right, let's
So
see.
you're not really abusing it.
Fair
Let's
enough.
create a link. Create a new link. Yeah. Copy.
Yeah, actually, I will just add everyone in the server
Yeah.
so we can get more people for the debate.
Yeah.
At everyone.
Should I make an announcements thing? or
What's
should
the
I just
topics?
straight- yeah.
I'm gonna just mute you guys from my end real quick, just so I can get through this. Okay. Sorry.
Alright.
Yeah, you guys can do that while you. Yeah. Okay, so I've got them muted for now. Okay, so. Fuck. Okay, there we go. So, here are the debate topics. The link to the stream is gonna be pinned. Yeah, replace the pinned comment. Okay, you're here. Yeah, let me know when my time comes. You guys are. Why not just deafen yourself? It's fine. You know what? I can. It's fine. Okay, so whenever you guys are ready, join the Discord link. Please join the chat. Marcos and Zeroxter, you guys can go first. So, just to cover the following topics over one more time. Actually, let me. Marcos is muted right now. So that's Ian's music. Okay, stay muted for a second. I will let you guys know when you guys can unmute. Okay, so let me start recording real quick. Okay. We are recording now. Lovely. So, here's what we're going to do. We're going to cover the following topics. How's it going, everyone? We're going to cover the following topics. Should the battlefield become more important in cross-verse debates? Should certain characters get a beneficial battlefield if it's necessary for their powers/toolkit? Number 2 is battle IQ worth talking about? Number 3 is pixel scaling reliable? Number 4, should creation equal attack potency or destructive capacity? And number 5, should all magic power systems literally named magic, be considered the same thing in a cross-verse fight, regardless of verse equalization? For the point of this stream, or at least for our overall topic of discussion, the point here is not to be right, or the point here is not necessarily to like debunk everything that your opponent says. More so, the point here is for us to develop our argumentative skills and to be able to develop, to be able to improve our capacity to go through a debate. So, one thing that I will ask from chat is that for each one of these topics, do not vote for the person you agree with. Vote for the person you guys believe made the better argument. How female does someone need to look for you to start cracking? It's not about them looking like a female. I'll put it like this. XY chromosome. If they have an XX chromosome, if they have an XX chromosome, I am willing to crack. If they have an XY chromosome, in other words, if they are a male in any way, shape, or form, I am not cracking. There's no way I'm going to do it. Now I'm going to have to fucking edit this out. Thanks for that. Anyway, XY chromosomes. I got them mixed up. I know XX is female. My bad. If they have an XX chromosome, I'm cracking. If they don't have an XX chromosome, I'm not cracking. Leave it at that. But I forgot to film the intro. Questions be important. Yeah, don't worry about that. I'll just probably just record my own intro for all of this. Anyway, we support you, Eon. I appreciate you supporting me. So you'd rather crack a trans man than a trans girl? What if I just don't crack a trans individual in general? What if I just do that? Yeah, listen, I'm not gonna fuck someone who is biologically male, and I'm not gonna crack someone who is, who believes that they are a male. It's that simple. I'm not doing either or. Anyway, Jesus Christ. So, Marcos and Zadoxter, what's up? Can you guys unmute real quick?
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? So, thank you guys so much for joining. You guys will be presenting the first question, which is, should battlefields become more important in cross-verse debates? And then also adding to that, should certain characters get a beneficial battlefield if it's necessary for their abilities, right? I went over earlier, I've already gone over earlier about what things you guys should do for debates in the case of... in case that you guys wanted to go over it real quick, you guys can either you guys will be given 4 chances to speak in addition to your claim. So you guys will have a claim. I want you guys to clearly state out what your claim is, and then you guys will have 4 chances to either promote, counter, or support any of your claims. All right. Please try not to go on for long-running points. If it takes more than 2 sentences for your claim, you don't have to really do that. And don't try to, again, go into subtopics or anything like that, all right? So whenever you guys want, let me just recall real quick. Since Marcos signed up for this first, I think we'll just let him go first for the topic. Are you okay with that, Zedoxter?
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm fine.
Okay. Perfect. So, Marcos, whenever you're ready, take it away.
Okay, so in the same way we don't give verse equalization or any kind of advantage to one character just because their powers are limited in biological or contextual, any contextual way, I do not believe we should make the environment they are fighting in purposefully convenient or beneficial for them to have a fighting chance, to have an equal fighting chance, or basically for any other reason.
Okay.
I hope that made sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. Zedoxter, whenever you were ready.
All right. Yeah. No, I just believe that Battlefield would matter. Only for the same sake that it actually adds substance to the versus battle topic. It keeps from us wanking or downplaying a character. It's just we're able to see a character work at their fullest and best compared to the other one. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right. Marcos, would you like to go first with your with any of your points?
And we can actually just go back and forth, like we don't have to take long time one and then long time other.
Yeah.
I would actually agree that it is in the same way that I hope I'm not breaking any rules by mentioning verse equalization.
Sure,
because
you're fine.
It's kind of in the same camp, like is it important? Like in the same way we would verse equalize some fight to see how would a character behave. It is beneficial to have maybe a waterbender from Avatar. As far as I remember, they cannot create water out of nothing. They can manipulate existing water. So it could be beneficial to see how would they behave in like a battle with a river, and then to see how they behave in a battle that's in the desert. Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Whenever you want, Zedoxter.
Is that what you are saying, Zed?
Yeah.
Near effectively, I actually trying to think how to approach this. I kind of would disagree on the verse equalization analogy. I don't really believe there's actually any type of advantage or disadvantage being applied when using a battlefield. I only think it would matter in the case in which, like, they're pretty much unable to do anything. With verse equalization, it's taking 2 opposing verses, squashing them together, saying that the same thing. Battlefield would just be taking something that is in complete necessity for this character. For example, Jeb from JoJo's. If you took a character, like any random character, put him against Jeb, put him like a scalding hot desert, chances are Jeb's just gonna evaporate. It's just water. So nothing, there's no substance to the actual versus battle. It's just, yeah, bada bing, bada boom. There's nothing more for this topic or discussion to actually have any substance. Another example would be like Spider-Man. In I don't know if you've read any Spider-Man comics. I believe it was issue 267. Spider-Man, his entire kit when he goes into the suburbs compared to the city is completely limited. His ability to what would be like web swing, completely neutralized. Now, does he have alternative measures of travel? Yes. However, the thing is with Spider-Man, it's completely in his character, in his nature, and in his skill set to be able to swing. So I simply believe, in short, I guess, even though I already went on this huge tangent, I don't think Battlefield necessarily gives a character a advantage. It just gives them a bigger chance to shine in the topic of versus battle. That's really it.
Mm-hmm.
I understand your point. What would you say? Like, I don't know if actually a character like this exists, but if it exists, then that's good. But let's say there's a character who can create water out of thin air, like what I talked about with the Avatar example, and we put them against like I don't know, Katara from the original Avatar. Um, isn't that like uh, a sort of strength that that character has inherently, that he can do something that she cannot? And do we need to then say, okay, here is a let's say a pond next to the battlefield, or should we just say, if for some reason there is a water source, or actually I would I just realized that Katara is a bad example because she always carries water, but you get the point. Like like should we purposefully give her place that water source there, or should we just say, if it happens then it happens? Like
So I believe I said this in my explanation just moments prior. I do believe Battlefield 2 matter as it adds substance to the topic of versus battle. Now, to address what you're saying about, you know, should we purposefully add something to give a character the necessity for their skills and strengths versus if it happens, it happens. Um, I guess for the my only real response would to be is to see which exactly scenario is more favorable for both characters to give like again to give substance to the actual topic of versus battle. For example, like you just brought up, Korra, and then a character that could just spring out water from nothing, being Noel Silva from Black Clover. For
sure.
example, if you took these two characters, put them in like space, like on the moon, they're both just gonna die. That adds no substance to the versus battle, to the discussion, and we don't even get to see how they perform in terms of skill set, tiering, etc., etc., etc. So I
What would you
do.
say, for example, instead of the moon, like the thing that I thought of is the arena the Dragon Ball fighters were fighting in top in the Tournament of Power. Like
Oh, Tournament of
they
Power.
could breathe there, right? Like Saiyans can breathe in space.
Oh yeah.
But it would serve like that purpose. It would be like just a platform with a giant pillar in the middle, which would also accommodate Spider-Man in some sense, I would say,
Yeah.
with the web slinging, right? Like
Yeah.
that would be like a battlefield. I would say that I would like for the characters to have a battle in. It has literally zero possible advantages. It is described as indestructible. Like let's forget the Dragon Ball characters that are that punch away universes for a second. Like they could break that arena for sure. But Luffy and Naruto, for example, like that
Okay.
name, uh, they cannot break that arena. I think like we cannot scale Luffy to that extent, right? Like they would have a pretty obviously equal battle there when it comes to the battlefield, right?
Yeah, I would agree. So yeah.
Yeah, that is basically like what I would say is the most fair like example. And then let's say we want to see like I don't even know what would be the convenient battlefield for Naruto that is not for Luffy. But let's go back to the water guys. Like, let's put them on the ocean or a lake, and let's see would what's her name, Noelle? Would Noelle still come on top of Korra or Katara? Like that could be like a good situation. Is that word? And but it would still be like, yeah, we know that in the equal sense, one would be stronger because she has this inherent ability to create water out of thin air, and the other can show her strength in the second round.
Mm-hmm. Wait, sorry. Repeat the last part.
Oh, the last part is basically we would when we would have two characters with one with an inherent advantage over another, have a battle in this completely equalized arena, and one would win because of that inherent advantage. That's okay. That is like the first round. And let's say for the second round, if we really want to know how would the second character fight with the thing they need to fight, then we can put them in this arena with that advantage, convenience, or whatever. Like, we don't even have to use the word advantage. It has some meaning attached to it. Let's say convenience.
Oh yeah, no, then I just 100% agree. My entire belief that Battlefield does matter, like again for probably like the third or fourth time, is just that it adds substance to the actual versus battle discussion. Now, of course, there's a difference between comparing a character's stats versus another, and then actually trying to play out how two characters would interact in a hypothetical versus battle. So yeah, no, I would actually agree with what you're saying right now. I'm just talking about in terms of substance to the discussion. Like I gave with that example, if you just took these two characters, put them to space, they're both just gonna die off rip. Like there's no saving them.
That would be equally disadvantageous arena for the both, then, right?
Sorry, what?
That would be equally disadvantageous arena for the both.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. Well,
yeah.
I would even say disadvantageous. It just wouldn't lead anywhere. Like, I would assume, I haven't scaled Black Clover yet, but I would just hypothetically assume Noelle was stronger than Korra in probably every facet. So maybe her endurance and just raw willpower.
We all heard XYS in the chat, yes.
Yes. So, as I was saying, who knows? Noelle, I would assume is just yards stronger than Korra. So maybe through sheer endurance and willpower, she can probably power through and land attacks at some degree to Korra and possibly win. But the thing is, like, again, they're at a place to where who knows what's going to happen. We've never seen these characters interact with space. We never seen them interact outer space. You never seen them interact in a place where gravity is like absent. We never seen them interact on the moon. So it's just not going to bring any substance to this topic.
Okay. I think you guys got plenty of points across. I think we've been giving you both an equal amount of chance to talk. Would you guys like to end it here? Would you guys like to provide any final statements?
I'm done at it here.
Yeah, okay, like final statement.
Yeah.
Like we got some agreement, like yeah, if it is beneficial in some ways, but if in my case, if we want to see like who is truly stronger, like I think that equally without convenience, without any advantages, that like the Dragon Ball top arena would be the best in my opinion for any versus battle. Like I cannot think of one that would be advantageous to one, disadvantageous to another.
Got you. All right. Well then, thank you both for providing your positions. Let's check out real quick who had the better argument. I keep misspelling that. Let's put Zad pro Battlefield, Marcos anti battlefield. Okay. Guys, remember, don't vote for the person you agree with. Please vote for the person that made the better argument. Guys, seriously, I really appreciate you guys for showing up. Yeah, no, I think you guys had pretty decent points on both ends. I think that there are certain characters that, the fight doesn't really lead anywhere if you don't give them a battlefield that's beneficial towards their abilities. There's also, depending on what battlefield you throw them in, I think that, throwing characters into just a void of space would probably just have the battle be, well, which character can probably survive the vacuum space for like a couple of seconds longer, you know what I mean? Which I think is fine. Thank you guys, and let's see. 6. Here's the issue with, like, wanting to do Asta versus Dementio. You guys would actually have to start providing actual evidence for this stuff, or you guys are just when we're talking about an actual versus battle, like an actual back and forth, Chapter 1 Asta versus Dementio or whatever, you guys have to start providing, like, some level of evidence for that, especially if you guys are debating an actual versus battle. That's the only reason why I have, like, an issue with, like, doing that right now, because this was supposed to be, like, we were supposed to cover these topics specifically. If you guys want, you guys can cover this versus battle sometime next week on stream, if you guys would like. I don't mind doing it over stream next week, but I'd like to just focus on these topics for now. Let's see, who is up next? Okay, so we got, so we did that. John and Lapis, would you guys like to do your end of the scaling? Would you guys like to go for question 2 right now? Sorry about this. Let me just unmute you, Lapis.
That's the should battle IQ be taken
into consideration? Yeah. Yeah, if you
consideration.
Yes. Marcos, yes, you're free to leave if you can. Okay. You guys are ready? Perfect. For sure. So, again, just provide your claims. Once each of you go for that, you guys can take any amount of time to take your turns. As always, just try to make them, keep them well-rounded and concise. Let's not try to divert the conversation anywhere else. And you guys can begin whenever you want.
Would you like to go first, or would you like me to start?
I mean, I can go first with my argument. So,
yeah, go for it.
So the whole reason why I am against taking into account battle IQ for I'd say like 99% of versus battles is it's for a couple of reasons. One of the reasons is there are way more important like fields that need to be covered, and that is like AP, hacks, durability, and by the time one goes over said stats and said scenario, battle IQ most likely isn't going to be a factor because, one, the stat imbalance is going to be too great, and 2, it's going to be either like a battle of like hacks or something. So I know that was a little bit long, but that's like that's the main argument I was trying to get across with that, along with a little bit of nuance.
All right.
Yeah, sounds good.
You're free to go.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think we're probably going to wind up agreeing on some aspects of this, but basically, like, there's someone's intelligence, I think, can affect a vast variety of different aspects of a fight, whether that's reading and understanding an opponent and coming up with a way to exploit their weakness, whether it's being able to innovate on the fly and develop new strategies, or just having, like, the ability to, like, store in your memory and recall under pressure a wide variety of tactics and know how to use a variety of different tools and recall strategies and stuff like that. I think intelligence is always going to be an advantage over a lack of intelligence. I'm not going to argue that intelligence inherently outweighs the value of, like, you know, if a character is only wall level or whatever, and they're going up against somebody who's universal, it doesn't really matter how smart they are. It's like there are certain levels at which it becomes irrelevant. But especially within relatively similar brackets of power, if you're smarter than your enemy, you're probably going to have an advantage over them. And if you go if a version of yourself fights that is dumb, and then a version of yourself fights that is smart, the smarter version is probably going to perform better. Would be my overall perspective.
All right, I can see where you're coming from, and my only problem with using battle IQ in debates where the stat imbalance is very minimal, or like said characters don't have any like notable hacks, or any notable trait that will actually give them like a significant advantage, is that battle IQ is completely unquantifiable, and that can be a issue when it comes to seeing whether or not it's important or not, because at the end of the day, it's completely up to interpretation whether or not someone is smart in the heat of battle versus someone who isn't able to adapt quickly. Yeah, I mean, obviously we have some examples of characters that show quick adaptability, like for instance Luffy understanding Crocodile's weakness to water in his 3 separate fights against him during the Alabasta arc. But when it comes to actually measuring up 2 characters against each other, there comes a problem where there's no like definitive way to say, oh, said character is really smart in the heat of the battle and should be able to adapt quickly to said opponent's abilities. And it can also go the completely other way. There is no way we can definitively say said character is stupid and would not be able to adapt quickly to said character's abilities. So, and again, it's one of those things that I've said that is just completely up to the reader's interpretation. And for some characters, I will say it is much easier to determine whether or not their battle IQ is high, while with others it can get a bit complicated. So
Okay.
I'm gonna hand it off to you, John.
Yeah, cool. So I think trying to like paraphrase what you were saying to make sure I'm understanding your perspective, I think that you've identified an important problem, which is how do we make sure that we're using the correct terms and that those terms are like actually relevant and well constructed. So if we use a term like battle IQ, is that something that we can even like quantify? Do we have tools to measure that stuff fairly, or is it basically just like a knee-jerk reaction, like I think this character is smarter, I think this character is dumber? I would agree that if it comes down to like a vague that there's a certain like practical consideration when talking about power scaling. How do we actually quantify this stuff and make it into a meaningful argument and be fair? I would totally agree with that. What I would counter with, or I would push back a little bit, is that regardless of the like semantic difficulty of defining that stuff, that if we are able to clarify those terms, hopefully we would agree that we can find examples of characters in manga, or we could like use hypotheticals to say that a character going from being in a low intelligence state to a high intelligence state, that would only be an advantage for that person. Now, how we quantify like exactly what that means and how we scale intelligence versus intelligence is tricky. But like if we have a character who's essentially brain dead and is just like charging forward like a bull over and over again, like spamming their biggest, most powerful attack, versus that character all of a sudden gains insight and they're able to like think tactically to kind of feint and bait out their opponents, to like use trickery, deception, whatever else that would require more intelligence, I think that person is probably going to do better than their previous version of themselves. So like it matters, but it's not like an instant win condition necessarily. Does that seem fair?
I agree with that. However, the problem is that in a lot of cases where we have hypothetical debates, we don't really have an extreme like black and white of whether a character is like to like the certain degrees that you've described. So like obviously on one side we have like the rushing brain dead bull. That's one side, and then we have the super genius that is able to adapt incredibly quickly. Most characters, at least that I've seen, in versus battles, are somewhere in the middle. Now, obviously, some characters will skew more towards the to certain sides of the spectrum, but it's not as cut and dry as, oh, this guy is brain dead. He's most likely not gonna like really adapt to said opponent's fighting style, versus, oh, this person can literally analyze every single microscopic movement that is happening with their opponent. They're gonna adapt quickly. That's the main issue. It's that it's not necessarily that there's an issue with saying, oh, character who can adapt quickly is better than character that can't. It's that the pool that we have is very towards the center of the spectrum.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think it sounds like where we're disagreeing mostly is about, like, my example might have been like too extreme. Like, I'm describing extreme low intelligence versus extreme high intelligence, and it sounds like you're kind of arguing that, practically speaking, most characters that we're gonna have debates over are like they don't have like this extreme polarization or like extreme difference in their intelligence. Are you familiar with Naruto or Dragon Ball as series? I'd like to use some
I'm
examples,
familiar
but I
with
want to make sure you
Naruto.
know.
I'm familiar with Naruto.
Okay, perfect. So, you know the fight between Naruto and Kiba and Akamaru? I think it's in like chapter 80 or something.
Yes.
There's a good portion of that fight where Kiba and Akamaru are pressing Naruto. They're doing more damage to him than he is to them, if I recall correctly. And ultimately, it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to outpower them, outspeed them, or outmaneuver them. But he winds up winning the fight. Well, he gets like the fart buff, I guess you could say. But like, he winds up winning the fight mostly due to trickery and like intelligent plays. I would argue that similarly against Neji, there's no way that he's winning in a straight up class against Neji unless he goes like full Kurama chakra cloak mode, and even then it's debatable. But because he's able to play with his expectations, he's able to set up that trap, you know, and catch him off guard. His intelligence lets him overcome Neji's like supreme strength advantage. And we could also talk about like Shikamaru versus Kakazu is another example of that. But I don't want to gish gallop you, but would you agree, looking at those examples, that like if you have two characters that are even like one is a little bit weaker than the other and is losing, they can still use intelligence to kind of give themselves a leg up and turn the tide of the battle. Does that seem fair?
I mean, that seems pretty fair to me. The
Okay.
only like problem I have with that is well, it's specifically I'm gonna try to remember the Naruto versus Kiba fight correctly, because it's been like forever since I've watched the anime, but I'm pretty sure, at least from that fight, it was a little bit luck based, from Naruto farting and then Kiba sniffing it. So I don't really equate that to intelligence. Rather, I equate that to plot convenience.
That I would agree with, but would you agree that like there was another maneuver that he went into like the smoke or something, and then he turned himself into Kiba, and then he let the real Kiba hit him, but then switched and turned himself into Akamaru to bait Kiba into hitting like his actual dog. And then I need to find the chapter to get you the scan, but I think there's somebody in the stands who's like, wow, I can't believe that such a doofus like came up with a strategy like that or something. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I get what you're saying. I know that we're getting a little bit off topic, so
Okay.
I want, but I understand what you're saying, because I know Eon wants to keep these pretty central to the topic at hand.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I appreciate
yeah.
that. Do you guys have
But yeah, I
any?
get-
My bad. I was gonna say, you guys can go on for like a little bit longer, but I was gonna say, let's try to skew this to like maybe getting to like final points soon.
Yeah. There's one more point I'd like to make, and then I can conclude. But
Yeah,
do you
yeah,
want to
yeah.
go first?
I was
Just spoke.
Yeah. You guys don't have to just make one more point. You guys, I'm just saying, like, you guys got like maybe like another 2-3 minutes. It's fine. Don't take your time. Don't worry about it.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll turn it back to you, Lapis, if you want to go.
I mean, I guess for like the final point I'll make, and this is kind of just a summary of what I've said before. It's that battle IQ in terms of versus battles plays a very small role, because what usually tends to happen in a lot of versus battles, and this is something that Eon has encountered a bajillion times, is that either one, said character has a significant stat imbalance, or two, said character has a trait or hacks that makes intelligence, even at max capacity, like null and void, like for instance like Logia intangibility. That's the real issue. And so you end up with a very small pool of versus battles where it actually potentially matters. But that's my ending, like closing argument. What about you?
Yeah, I think that there's a decent overlap in our perspective. I think that I would agree with you that, especially when it comes to hacks or like more abstract abilities as opposed to just like, I don't know, throwing fireballs and kunai and stuff like that. Um, Given a character's strength and how like what the discrepancy is between them and the other character in terms of strength, hacks, and stuff like that, it might be the case that the opponent just doesn't like get a chance to have their intelligence factor in at all. And if your experience is that in most of the debates that you've had or the topics that you've covered, that it's just like that gulf is so big that the intelligence doesn't get a chance to play, so to speak, then that's, I'm not going to question your personal experience with that. But to use a couple of examples from Naruto and then to kind of wrap up, I would say that like Shikamaru versus Hidan, or what's his name, Kakuzu, is a great example of how we have a character who's established to be like this monster who's going up against Biju and stuff like that, who's like one of the top villains that's been introduced up until that point. We have a character who, I mean, you could debate this, of course, but like I don't think has the same level of stats and feats and stuff like that, but is able to overcome and clash with these two Akatsuki members to varying extents because his intelligence helps him make up for that gap of strength. We could go, obviously, like it would be my burden to show you scans to prove that, but if you're willing to agree to that, my final point is basically like intelligence is never going to inherently necessarily win you a fight, but it can still be used as an advantage, and depending on like the nature of the fight and the specific context of the fight, sometimes it can take a weaker opponent into a place where they can win, whereas if they were dumb they wouldn't have. That's like my final point, I think.
All right. Interesting. That was good. That was good. Thank you both. Seriously, that was fantastic.
Yeah, thanks, dude. It was fun.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Problem.
I'm gonna put up the poll now, guys. You guys can start voting whenever you guys get the chance. Again, it's about who had the better argument, not about who you agree with. So up next, if they are nice and ready, Lapis, if you'd like to go again, is Malevolent Sponge still here? Is
Last time I checked, he was in chat, but I don't know if he left or not.
Mm-hmm.
But he said debating time at one point.
Oh, that's you, Charles?
Yeah.
Oh, my apologies,
That's you.
man. Yeah, lovely. How you doing, man? Thank you for showing up again. I really do appreciate it. Okay, so to go over your topic once more, you guys were going to go on the positive and negative end of, is pixel scaling reliable? You guys can take it away whenever you guys get the chance. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
you can
you
go
want to
first.
go first,
What,
Charles?
please? I don't care.
I guess
Okay.
since I've gone first 2 times in a row, I'm gonna hand it off to you.
Yeah, no worries. That's fine. My entire thing about pixel scaling not being reliable is I think it's just like pretty much objectively unreliable. I don't think there's I don't think there is an argument for saying it's reliable. Like you can use it but the debate is on whether or not it's reliable. It's not whether or not it's at all useful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So I take it it's my turn.
Yes.
And so I am for obviously pro pixel scaling, and so for debating whether or not pixel scaling is actually good, I think it, under certain circumstances, depending on like specifically the medium that it's done, it's actually incredibly reliable. And the main media I'm talking about is games, because in games you have completely standardized character models. Everything is going to, there aren't going to be any like size issues, and especially with like 2D games, as long as you have a reference point, like a certain character's height or something like that, you can pretty much reliably pixel scale and get very accurate calcs just based off of some simple application. So that is my main point. So I hand it off to you, Charles.
Okay. I was under the assumption, I guess that's my fault, that it was predominantly about like manga, pixel scaling in manga. I don't know anything about games, to be honest, so I'm just gonna take your word on that.
Okay.
Yeah, like
it can be pixel scaling of any kind, just to be clear. It doesn't have to pertain to manga exactly, but you can still base your points off of manga if it's necessary.
Yeah, I mean, my entire point is based off of manga.
Yeah.
That's what I thought it was about. So, if it's just about in general, then I guess yeah, it can probably be reliable. I can understand the game argument that tracked, but for manga specifically, I was just thinking it's objectively unreliable just because, like artistic interpretation and whatnot. A good example of this is with One Piece specifically, in the current arc, when Oda first drew Loki's dragon form, it was bigger than the entire island, and then in like the next chapter, it was significantly smaller than that. So you wouldn't be able to reliably pixel scale the size of that dragon. But like I said, if it's about games, then yeah, there's not much of a debate here. I don't know anything about games.
Yeah. So in order for this to be like a debate, for this debate to be more fair, I will entertain manga and like just drawn media. And when it comes to specifically that, it's a little bit more shaky, but I think there is a valid argument to say that it is reliable, but it depends on how accurately the author draws things to scale. So, I mean, if you've ever, I know Eon knows I love this series, Steven Universe.
Yes.
This would be a terrible series to pixel scale because the models are all over the place. But if you have a author that generally draws things pretty accurately to each other, so like character models, all that stays relatively the same, and the scaling of size is pretty consistent, then I think the margin of error that you'll have while pixel calcing is negligible. So, what about you?
Okay, well, like, what would be an example of that? I'm not asking, like, I'm assuming you don't have, like, an actual scan, but, like, describe...
I don't have an actual scan, but I'd say probably, last time I was reading Black Clover, which was about a year ago, and I'm still reading it today as it comes out with more chapters. I think Tabata's art style is relatively consistent from what I've seen. I would have to double check with a like a magnifying glass to really tell you, but I'd say it's pretty accurate. I'm trying to think of some other series. I mean, last time I read Demon Slayer, it's pretty accurate to what throughout the entire 200 some odd chapters it's been going through. I don't really last time I checked, I didn't really see any consistency issues with how the characters are drawn and how the scale of certain feats are portrayed. What's another one? Can't really say anything about Chainsaw Man. I'd say those are like my two examples, but other than that, do you have anything else to say?
Yeah, so what I was gonna say is, let's just take Black Clover as an example. It's a pretty good one. I read that one. Let's just say Tabata's drawing Asta attacking, I don't know, one of the devils, and then he draws it from one perspective, and then in the next chapter he draws the exact same attack, but from another perspective. If you pixel scaled both of those panels, you're probably going to come up with different numbers, most likely. So I don't.
Sorry, continue.
I don't know exactly how you're going to get an aspect of reliability from it. Like you can get somewhat of a guess from pixel scaling, but like I was saying in my initial point, the argument is whether or not it's reliable. It's not whether or not it's useless. I think it can be useful sometimes. I think in some instances you can work if it's like a large landscape shot or something like that, or you have something with relatively known sizes like houses or like, I don't know, mountains or something like that. You can maybe get something from that. But if it's just this character firing a laser beam, well, there's not really an actual reference for that. It's just a laser beam. So if you're trying to pixel scale that, it would have to be the exact same every single time it's drawn. Otherwise, you're not going to come up with any kind of reliable estimate.
It's good that you bring that up. And my counter to that is that, yeah, there are cases where you have nothing to scale off of, nothing to get perspective off of, and that's what we call people using bad pixel scaling. And what I mean by that is just taking random panels and then coming to conclusions that are completely based off of interpretation and other logic that isn't as sound. But if you, for instance, have a panel where you see, let's use Black Clover as an example again. Let's say Asta is fighting Lucius. So say for instance in one panel it shows Asta attacking Lucius with a ranged attack, and then you have another one where it's from Noel's perspective. You can, using those two panels, get a pretty good idea how far away Noel is relative to Asta and Lucius based off of surrounding features like mountains, cities, other really important structures. And based off of how large Asta and Lucius are in said panel, you can actually get, like I said, another relatively you can get a relatively good idea of how far away they are from each other, and then that's how you're able to actually get decently strong pixel calcs. I'm not saying that it's perfect, but what I am saying is that there is some merit to doing it. There is some, it's not completely useless to do it.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely not useless to do it. I'm only saying it's unreliable because in any given manga, if you take pretty much any given pixel calc from multiple different perspectives, more often than not, you're going to get a different number. and that's why it would be unreliable. But your example that you provided, yeah, that sounds like it probably would be.
Yeah, and again, that plays into how accurately does the author draw things on model.
Yeah.
And I mean, there could be we could go into an entire debate on what is on model and what is not. But for the sake of this debate, let's just say like the most accurate pixel calcs are when the characters are drawn pretty accurately to how they are normally drawn. Landscapes are drawn like without any weird perspectives or like really large artistic liberties, and that's really that's what I would say is the environment that is needed for a useful pixel calc. So I think to really conclude this, in terms of just all media, yeah, certain forms of media like games are going to be inherently very, very good for pixel calcing because everything is on model and everything is sizes don't change. For manga and any hand drawn or media like that, it depends on how accurately the author draws said characters and how much artistic liberty they do when they draw certain panels.
Gotcha.
So what about you?
I've said pretty much everything I was gonna say.
Perfect. Well, thank you both so much. I think that was actually quite of an interesting conversation. Lapis, you did bring in an interesting point that I didn't think about before, which was like game scaling, where, yeah, depending on the medium that we're talking about, right, there actually is a definitive and objective way to get scale, since maybe, you know, mangas, they can change up at any point. The author can't necessarily always draw everything perfectly, but when it comes to things like built-in models for gaming, built-in models for games that are always going to be a consistent size, it actually does seem then that it can be a far more accurate way to scale, and I think that actually opens up quite a bit more of a discussion, especially in pro for when it comes to like the positive end of the discussion of pixel scaling. You could also even make the argument for like things like even live action. I was thinking about that earlier, actually. It was like, you know, like live action series, you know, where like, you know, there's no way you can technically get a person to look or be smaller on a screen, but, you know. Yeah. And Charles, you did actually also bring up some good points. I've used many of these myself. You know what I mean? Obviously, it's impossible for an author to draw everything perfectly to scale. It's not inherently something that a human being is going to be able to do 100% of the time. And the Black Clover example of like Asta sending out an attack, let's say like a flying black slash in two different perspective shots, could equal to different levels of scaling. So I think that's also extremely valid. Thank you both so much. I really do appreciate it. That was actually a very good debate.
No problem.
Yeah, it was enjoyable. I liked it.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, me too.
Let's put it up there again, guys. Vote for the person that you think had the better argument. Let's see. Let's just remove these.
If you think Malevolent Sponge has a better argument, vote for him. Like, don't be inherently, if you don't feel inherently biased to vote for me because I am a mod and that I've been on this channel since like I don't know, like for nearly 2 years. So
yeah.
Come to y'all's conclusions.
All right. Is there anything? Well, Drake says that they're going to be ready in about 20-ish minutes. Let's see. I think with 3 is fine enough right now. I'm probably just going to end recording there. I'll probably end recording there for now. Yeah. Sweet. Bro pulled out the feats. I don't know what else to do then. Until then, I'm kind of feeling a little bit burnt out. I don't know why. Sorry about that. I don't really know what to do for the next 20 minutes. What do you guys want to do? I'm kind of like burnt out right now. You voted.
Good question.
You voted for you, Malevolent? That's funny. That's funny, Charles. I think I'm probably just gonna end stream early, if anything. I know that we talked about 5 questions, but we can always like I can always like change up the intro on my own time. Yeah, really. We can always cover these another time. I really did enjoy many of the conversations that you guys brought up. I think everybody brought in some level of good argumentative skills. A lot of the logic that I saw did make sense to some extent. I would say that in general, I would say that in general, so I feel like everyone was pretty clear and concise with where they were coming from with their points. I know that there was a little bit of a bit of a, I guess you could say like a, not so much like a spark, but maybe, well, in Spanish you would say chispa, but I guess in this case it would be like a bit of an issue where in one case you were talking about pixel scaling, while in another case you were talking about like manga pixel scaling, video game pixel scaling versus manga pixel scaling. I don't think that was necessarily like a bad thing either, because it does create a scenario where now, even if you do have an innate disagreement with pixel scaling, there is now an avenue where it is much more plausible to talk about such a topic. How much have I missed? I had lunch. We had just had the first 3 debates for now. I'm not sure if I'm going to end it right here or if we're going to move on past it afterwards. I do think that was actually a really interesting curveball that you threw in, Lapis, because it does, again, offer a perspective towards the conversation that people aren't ready for. One of the things that I was actually thinking about when you brought up that comment and when you guys were like going on about like, well, I thought we were doing manga only, which again, an argument doesn't necessarily have to pertain to one source of media, which is why I specified before that it can be over any kind of media. It's actually something that I thought about for a while, and it's for the perspective of real, actual physics and logic, actual real-world math and logic when it's being applied to, let's say, a series that has, let's say, live action, right? In a series that's live action, for example, let's say Fast and the Furious, and I don't know if people actually make it 10 minutes. You're fine, Drake. I can yap for like 10 minutes.
Or something like John Wick.
Yeah, John Wick is another great example. Fast and Furious, John Wick, even like Jurassic Park, right? Where you have actual scalable sizes for any of these like creatures, whether it's the cars, the explosions, the creatures, the weapons, etc. Any series or any movie that is based on a live action platform actually can apply real world physics and logic from the simple basis that they're going to try to follow relativity, and not just that, but everything is essentially falling within the perspective of what if this happened in real life. You know what I mean? What if there was a person that was, for whatever reason, capable of holding a helicopter and a car's a winch together while being pulled, right? Like, it's extremely fictitious to that extent of what a person can do, but at the end of the day, Dominic Toretto is still a person within the context of the real world, right? Like, there's nothing in Fast and the Furious that exactly breaks all forms of logic or reasoning. So to speak. And in some cases, you could just say Dominic Toretto might be superhuman, but same thing with like Jurassic Park, right? Like, you can scale the sizes of the dinosaurs, you can scale the amount of damage and terror that they can cause, etc. So I think there's a bunch of different avenues that, depending on the form of media that we're talking about, can open up a lot of these discussions, which is why I wanted to leave them kind of open-ended in a sense. I know there were only 2 options, a pro or a con for it, but I do appreciate you guys. I especially do appreciate you, Lapis, for bringing in a separate perspective that doesn't follow to the mold that is, are we talking about manga, or are we talking about anything else? So thank you for that.
Yeah, I mean, my words on pixel scaling and using scientific logic to scale series is the first thing you really got to do is just like, how realistic is the verse? Like, in terms of like just like the many series that I have scaled, like are we really gonna use like a bunch of scientific terms to describe like One Piece? I mean, for Christ's sake, we literally have trees the size of like entire like cities. We have islands that are the sizes of continents. We have literal people that can turn to light. You have people that can like quite literally control an entire nation with strings. Like, it's super unrealistic. So I feel like,
yeah, they also ride a boat over a rainbow.
Yeah, right. Exactly. You're proving my point, Eon. as like compare that to like a verse like I don't know, I've been scaling Danganronpa. That's a way more realistic verse. I mean, the most unrealistic thing you have in that verse is like superhumans perceiving the speed of bullets as if they were as fast as snails. Like in a verse like that, like you can use a lot more scientific logic because it's way more based in reality. With something like One Piece, it's a very like grandiose, fantastical series. It's inherently based in fantasy. So, at the end of the day, the judgment is on you, the power scaler, to determine whether or not using science and all of that inherently works with the series you're trying to work with.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, right? It's like we had a conversation about this. I think it was yesterday. Somebody came into chat and said, "Well, if you're not considering real-world physics and logic, then we can't consider anything. Essentially, we can't even consider these guys." It was something. I'm not putting words into their mouth, but a quick example of this could be like, "Well, how do we assume that like characters in One Piece like have the same gravity as ours? I mean, their planet would be massive; they would all be crushed." But it's like, I mean, you don't have to go to extremes, right? You don't have to go to extremes either. Just because I say that, for example, just because I'm adamant about this idea of like, again, if there is something within the context of the verse that is so illogical within the realm of actual math and science that it would only work within the context of a fictional story, then, I mean, sure, you could say that my line of reasoning is kind of weird because, again, by my logic, quote unquote, what people say my logic, nothing in fiction can necessarily be considered the same, but it's like, no, no series falls under the same guise of logic. There are some series that pertain to more realistic things. I think an example of this is also Tokyo Ghoul, or even Parasite, right? Where, yeah, you can have these alien creatures. Sure, there are alien creatures that come to Earth, or there are these weird ghoul things that are sprouting out of people's bodies. Yes, that's all within fiction, but it still follows a more realistic sense of things. For example, there's a girl that just died by having a girder fall on top of her. I mean, I'm pretty sure girder falling on top of any person, whether or not they're superhuman or not, would probably, to an extent, deal some kind of damage, right? Maybe they might be stronger, but it doesn't push things to a point where it's like, well, okay, now these characters, you can't apply that kind of logic to them. But again, it is a case-by-case scenario. And I think that's something, I think this conversation of nuance is something that people in general don't tend to adhere to. And it does bring up an overall larger topic of conversation as well. Which that conversation would be, you know, do we view things in the most basic way possible, in the most low-to-the-ground, basic, generalized way possible, or do we give each series or do we put in some level of thought to each series so that we can give them the best, most reasonable scaling or perspective possible, right? Which is also one of the reasons why we had that second question, should battlefields be necessary, right? 2 50-50s in a row. This is the most balanced chat ever. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I know the first debate I did on this stream type, I think it was 60-30 leaning to my favor.
Yeah.
And then, this one was like a clean 50-50 split. So I think, if anything, I think that just shows that people have differing opinions, and that we both gave very sound logic.
Yeah. And I think that's what should be taken away from it. Now, in everything, now, when it comes to anything and everything that a person can try to work towards, or a person can try to do, there's a level of prowess that you as a person are going to show for anything at all. I mean, everyone usually starts off at a low level for something. Some people might be geniuses or prodigies and they might be good, but it's always good to do these kind of things and perform these kind of, whether it's a debate, whether it's a track meet, whether it's a quick game of basketball out at the park, right? It's all about simply just doing anything that can help you, especially if you have any passion for it, to just help you improve upon it. And I think that's the most important part.
But yeah, I mean, I think Drake just joined. But
Drake joined? Lovely.
Yeah, Drake. So And I guess my last words before I leave and unmute the stream is I mean, a lot of y'all know that I'm a musician. I wouldn't say that I'm like a professional musician, but I would say I'm like the tier just below that. Like,
I'd say you're pretty good.
if y'all are worried about sucking at debating, when you go on to one of these, just know this. When I started playing my my first instrument, which was the oboe, I sounded like horse shit. I'm just gonna be blunt. I did not sound good. But you know, it's one of those things where you just gotta keep on doing it. And
yeah, especially if you got a passion for it.
Yeah, if you're gonna like debate like with power scaling, like the only way you're gonna get better is by debating other people. And no better way to do it than in a stream like this, where you aren't gonna have like a bunch of people dogpiling you saying, "Ooh, Naruto's universal. How could you have that opinion? Oh, One Piece is a perfect series. How could you say that about this series?" Like, no, we're creating a very positive environment, so all of y'all can have debating skills. So,
or can improve
I take
upon
my
them.
leave, and I leave it to Drake.
All right, thank you so much, Lapis. I really do appreciate the words, and yeah, I mean, it's just all about working towards improving at something. Real quick, before we get started into that. See you later, Lapis. I really appreciate you for coming in. How would you apply logic of Granny's visionary versus Luffy, especially Luffy's rubber and slightly cartoon abilities that would skip the whole bones becoming cookies hacks? I think it's kind of weird. I think that one's just... The problem with, like, a character like Gremmy that essentially has an ability that allows them to just imagine whatever the fuck they want, the only way you can essentially, like, scale a character like that is to essentially, or at least argue for a character like that, is to essentially either go with the things that they've already argued, or to have the author essentially write down what exactly it is that this character can do. Not so much in terms of limitations, but more so in terms of what their personality and what their abilities might pertain to, as far as what their abilities might necessarily pertain to as far as, you know, their own imagination. I mean, the only limit there is Grammy's imagination. You could say that he could turn Luffy's bones into... Would Luffy's rubber bones be somehow capable of withstanding them being turned into cookies? I don't know why that would be the case. You could definitely make the argument that he could still turn Luffy's bones into cookies, for example, but it's like, there's also the idea that, like, okay, Grebby seems to go for a more, like, grounded assault on a person. I mean, yeah, turning their cookies into bones is kind of crazy. Sorry, they're turning their bones into cookies is kind of crazy, but at the same time, it's like, when he goes on an offensive, it's drop a meteor, send them into the vacuum of space, and shoot guns at them, or throw them in a giant water block, you know what I mean? With a character like Gremmy, it's more so just the idea of, yes, Gremmy can think up of anything, but you are not Gremmy. You are not the author. Therefore, to say that Gremmy would think the character would be thrown into this location, or would be put under these conditions, or do that, it's just straight up headcanon. You can't just say that Gremmy would imagine the character to be a snail, and then that just automatically becomes a snail, because he doesn't ever do that. If he could do that, he would have just done it to, like, Kenpachi Zaraki or whatever the fuck the kid's name was. I forgot what the pink-haired girl's name was for a second, but yeah, it's just at that point it just comes into the personality. Like, this is one of the reasons why I hate characters like Gremmy in general, is because characters like him are very boring, because you can essentially just argue whatever you want for Chiru, right? Because you can essentially just argue whatever you want for them, but arguing those things essentially still boils down to headcanon, because you're essentially plugging a controller up their ass. Gremmy is like a perfect character for essentially shoving a controller up their behind and essentially just saying, here, they can do whatever the fuck they want. I just don't care for characters like that in general. It becomes very annoying to have those discussions. But real quick, let me a little bit of background noise, but it's fine. We started recording again. What's up, Drake?
Hey, sorry, a bit last minute. It's a good thing I got clocked into work early, so I got to leave a little bit early.
Yeah. No, you're fine, man. Drake, Charles, thank you guys so much again for showing up and helping me out with this debate. Your topic, as we discussed before, would be, I think I closed it. Would be, should all magic power systems power systems that are literally named magic be considered the same in a cross-verse fight, regardless of verse equalization. You guys, I forgot who was on the positive and negative end, so you guys can just essentially, in your claims, you guys can just provide who is in the positive, who is in the negative, and again, just keep the claim itself short and concise. Once you both have given your claims, you guys can just go at it, okay? And again, just try not to go too far into, and again, just try not to go too far into, like, side tangents or whatever, right?
Okay, yeah. Well, in this case, I'm on the positive side.
Mm-hmm.
And my reasoning is, it's more of like, yes, with an asterisk in this case, because there are some degrees of how the magic. It's more of like, how does the magic system work in this sense? In the sense of like, so I'm gonna be using D&D heavily as an example in this.
Right.
Because let's say, so in the sense of like, you know, in D&D, a fireball is a fireball in the sense that you're using, you know, the magic of D&D to conjure up a ball of fire that blows up and causes, you know, does fire damage in this radius, so on and so forth. And thus that ability should work normally in any other kind of like cross-verse thing, like in the sense of like, you know, you have a D&D character versus a Black Clover character. The fireball, you know, works the same.
Ooh.
But at the same time, it can be interacted with their own magic.
You cut off there for a second. I'm sorry.
I was saying that like the D&D fireball would be affected by like, you know, Black Clover's own magic kind of stuff, but vice versa as well. So in the sense of like, let's say in like, you know, if they're using a fire magic in Black Clover, the D&D character could, you know, use a certain spell that could protect them from fire damage in return kind of situation. So it's more of in the sense of like counterplay in a sense, like, you know, one person acts, another person reacts, and it's more of like, how do they use their power systems to counteract the effects of the other. Got you.
Charles?
And I'll give it over to Godspeed.
Yeah, so I mean, it really just depends on what you're trying to say exactly. If you're trying to say like two verses that are pretty similar, that also just happen to have, you know, power systems named magic, that you can treat them the same, then yeah, sure, you can do that. But you can't do that with all of them, and the reason why is because I could just write my own power systems. I can write two different power systems, call them both magic, but they're mechanically different. And if they're like significantly different mechanically, an easy way to visualize this is, let's just say I wrote a carbon copy of One Piece's hockey system, right? And then I wrote a carbon copy of I don't know, Black Clover's magic. They're not the same thing. They're completely incompatible. But I'm calling them both magic.
Yeah, but there's a difference between, in the sense of, but if we're going by like, you know, canon versus in the sense of like how they're written as, like in the sense it's like, I understand what you're saying if you're saying like, you made your own two verses with their own, you know, basing them off like a canon power system, but just call them magic. That does obviously complicate things on that matter. But it's like more of like, if we're going by like, let's again, like magic from one verse, from a magic to another verse, that's where it kind of, it's more of like, how do they mesh? Not so much of like, it's like one is stronger than the other, just more of like, how do they interact in a sense? Like in the sense, how does, like, again, I'm going to be using Black Clover and D&D a lot. So like, how does Black Clover's like anti-magic work with D&D magic? And I would say it would work against D&D magic. That's what my premise is saying on this kind of argument.
I mean, I could get into that. D&D does have a spell called like Anti-Magic Field, but it works differently than how Anti-Magic works in Black Clover. So it's kind of skeptical on whether or not it would directly translate that way. But I would say that they're similar enough to where you could probably treat them as if they would work, because a wizard's fireball spell would still work regardless, probably. But you can't definitively know, and those are two very similar systems. and those are two very similar
Oh, yeah.
systems. So with systems that are completely different from each other, you can't just treat them like they're the same thing just because they're called magic. That's my point.
And yeah, in a sense, you could say that because like I would say this in the with like let's say like let's take Naruto and D&D. So I would say like D&D like anti-magic wouldn't work for Naruto, you know how jutsus work in Naruto, because it's not so much of like it's more of what's the right term to say? It's because of how the magic like you know the quote chakra system works. It's not really pulling from the same kind of source. But I wouldn't say that means like, oh, D&D magic wouldn't be able to work. It's more of the sense of like, let's, you know, dispel magic in like D&D sense, or counterspell. It wouldn't work in the sense because it's not so much that jutsus are working like spell, like you know, work the same in spellcrafting kind of manner. But I would say that certain spells could still interact and counter it, but it's more on the physical scale. So in the sense of like, if you're going to counter a fire jutsu, you would have to use like an ice spell, that kind of situation. And that's kind of like, and I guess that's also matters on like how Black Clover, and that's, you could say the same situation, like, okay, how does anti-magic with Black Clover works with Naruto? So like that's kind of the whole debate about it. But I would say that the systems would interact and thus, but that's kind of different for what we're discussing now with like magic systems interacting.
Right. So another way I would like to visualize this is, let's just go back to D&D and Black Clover real quick. So like I said, in D&D there's a spell called Anti-Magic Field, right? What that does, it disables all magical effects within a certain radius. Okay, how does that interact with Asta's anti-magic ability? We don't know because it's not the exact same thing.
And yeah, that would be but that makes the debate more complex and interesting in the same sense. So what happens when two differing sources of anti-magic meet each other? Does it mean does just neither one work? Like, you know, does it mean just Asta's doesn't work so long as he's within the zone? Does it not work because Asta's parameter, you know, his anti-magic works in a completely different sense? But that's what makes the debate more interesting, and that's the reason why, like, I believe that magic systems should be interactable. But it's not in the sense of like one magic system is wholly stronger than the other, because if I went into that case, then some of the crazy things you can do in D&D, like on a lore, not just like gameplay, but a lore aspect, would be beyond what, you know, Black Clover stuff could do. But it's more, but again, it's more about the interactivity of it. It's not such like magic just breaks your reverse. It's more of like how does things meld and mix.
Do you guys mind if I throw in a question here?
Yes, sure.
Sure, go ahead.
If a series, for example, different series have different kind of sources for magic, right? How would you guys go about providing an argument for, like, let's say, two series that both have magic power systems? Maybe some functional differences or functional or mechanical differences between the magics. I mean, there was obviously different forms of certain magical power systems allow you to either focus on where certain forms of magic power systems either allow you to manipulate only one kind of magic per person, and others essentially allow you to manipulate any kind of magic within the context of the story, right? Let's just say they're both have like the same source of, let's say, mana, right? Would that change your positions?
Mm-hmm.
No.
No. Okay.
I think I think it's kind of like, again, yes with an asterisk kind of situation.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could say like with D&D, there are, like, you know, magic does come in multiple sources. Like arcane magic comes in multiple ways. Like wizards do it through the sense that they study incantations, they learn how to do hand gestures, the spell casting, and it's also, you know, your personal, you know, an innate power. But then you have sorcerers who just are born with like specific genes that let them just call it magic without knowing anything. They're just using their own, like, I guess you could say, their own natural power for it. And then you have bards who are sort of, they cheat by just stealing, by sort of copying other people's magic. and working it their own way. And clerics, they more of like ask their god to give them power, and thus they're given power and they can cast their spells. But if they don't have their god around, they can't do any spell casting at all. So you kind of see and it's kind of the same thing with wizards and such, where if they don't have connection to the weave, at least in D&D terms, then they can only cast this magic they have innately prepared. So it's more of like, once they use up all their spells, unless they go back to a place with the specific, like a world that is connected to the weave, well, they can't recharge their spells, and thus they are powerless if they use up everything.
Right. So what I'm saying is, both D&D and Black Clover, their magic system is called magic. Their magic source is called mana, but the mechanics of how that magic works is wildly different between the two. So like with D&D, you can learn magic, you can get bestowed magic, you can just be genetically magically gifted. But in Black Clover, it's just you have magic or you don't. It's not something you can choose to do. Somebody can't just give you magic. And also, you're also limited to one type of magic. Like somebody has, compass magic, somebody has water magic, somebody has, shadow magic, whatever. You have one type of magic. Whereas in D&D, you can learn whatever spell you want, pretty much. So even though they're called magic, and they have the same magic source, mana, it's still not the same thing. So you can't necessarily equate the two.
Gotcha. Any final points you guys would like to add?
I think like one simple approach that could like make the debate a bit more simplified, not in the sense that like it gives like a clear yes or no, but in the sense, and this could be done for any verse. Like it's not so much as like equalizing, but let's just say like if a verse requires, you have a certain energy in the sense, like you need, so like in the sense what I said with D&D. You need to be within the weave to, a world that has connection to the weave to use spells. Or you need to be in a world that your god exists or is connected to. So, like, if we're having, like, a versus battle, we'll just say that, like, both characters have access to their abilities kind of situation. And, like, it's not like it's, like, kind of the same thing with the whole environment or arena situation that we mentioned, like, 2 debates ago. Like in the sense that you just say that it's not so much as equalizing, it's just more of like they have access to their abilities even though they should be limited because of, outside of their verse or such. But not in the sense of like, oh, now people have a chakra system. It's more of like both their magic will work as they normally should from their world kind of situation.
I think that is different from saying that the two magic sources are the exact same thing though. Like, if you have character A from D&D fighting character B from Black Clover, sure, they might both have access to their toolkits, but they're not using the same power system. So I think that's my point.
All right.
That's fair on that.
All right. Well, good points. I think good points all around. I think you guys both made some pretty decent arguments. I do see the idea of like, I mean, in general, I don't personally abide by the idea of verse equalization. I think that, if I had to throw in my own personal bias in here, overall, the concept that just because something is named a certain way or it's described a certain way doesn't mean that it inherently works a specific way. However, I do see Drake's point with the idea that like with certain systems of magic, especially like for example D&D, there is a case where like you can anti-magic or counterspell different kinds of abilities even if they come from like different sources. And with different verses, especially ones that again use have enough similarities within the context of their own magical abilities, especially if like like the level of limitations are similar enough. I think that like saying that like for example, if you want to do like an anti-magic spell from D&D, it's possible to apply it to like let's say a magical wand blast from Sailor Moon or some shit, right? I think both of you actually brought up some interesting points, and I'd actually like to thank you both again for bringing it up and just coming around. Yeah.
Like when it comes to D&D and other fiction stuff like Star Wars and things like that, I know way more about it than manga, considering.
Yeah, no, it's fine. But it's good to also bring in that extra perspective, right? A perspective that doesn't really adhere to manga in the same way that Lapis brought up a perspective that didn't adhere to manga as well in the form of games, right? Where pixel scaling inside of a video game where the models are consistently the same does offer a more reliable source for scaling than, like, let's say a series or like a manga, anything that's like hand drawn, so to speak. You know what I mean? Good arguments all around. Yeah, good arguments all around. I appreciate you both.
And also a quick thing, because like you were playing like Claire Obscura, so like kind of like one thing is like that magic system, considering how like the painters and all that work.
Yeah.
Like technically, if they weren't within the canvas world, outside of it, they don't have all these crazy multiversal breaking powers.
Right.
So it's like in the versus case, it's like you would have to like say like, oh, the world, the battlefield kind of happens in that kind of the canvas like world. Kind of situation.
This even goes back to our.
But I would. Yeah, go ahead.
No, this even goes back to the first topic that we went over, which is should battlefields become more important in cross-verse debates, where, for example, fairy tale characters get their mana from outside sources as well, right? The environment. You put these characters in a world that doesn't have any mana, they're kind of fucked.
Yeah, exactly. So, and that's kind of that's the thing with a lot of magic systems is it either is something that is innate in the sense that they get their power source from their inner self, or they get it from the environment.
Yep.
Like what Fairy Tale and D&D has, kind of thing. But yeah, that was kind of, I just wanted to make that point on that. But thanks for letting me have the debate.
Yeah, for sure. I appreciate you both for coming up again. It takes a lot of courage, so come in here and have your voice be put out there. And I appreciate you guys for allowing me to record this as well. So yeah, thank you guys.
I got no problem. That's cool.
Yeah, it was fun. I like debating.
All right, perfect. Have a wonderful rest of your day, guys. Peace out.
Yeah.
All right. So, guys, thank you all for showing up. I saw, the battlefield matters for certain verses, like Naruto needs Chakra to enter Sage mode, or, nature energy, but or Bleach needs Reishi, so they can use a lot of their kit as well. But also Fairy Tail, they have things that is also not magic, like curses. That also works. Guys, seriously though, I appreciate each and every one of you for showing up and sticking around with me for this. Is there anyone to debate the creation equals DC? Currently, nobody signed up for that one. Jake was here earlier. They didn't. They ended up not continuing They ended up not sticking through for that. So we can't finish up that topic, but it's completely fine. We can cover that topic at some other point. It's not necessary right now, if anything. 4 conversations, I think, is still good enough for a video. It should still give me, 15 minutes worth of time. 10 to 15 minutes. So I think it's okay. D&D cosmology, I do agree, is very interesting. And Memento, I think I saw your message earlier about, how we're doing things. Yeah, we're doing fine, man. I really appreciate it. Also, Aura, how'd you get Naruto to town level? I'd love to hear from that, if you're still here. But anyway, unless anybody has anything else they'd like to talk about, I think I'm just going to leave up the stream here. I think that, this was a fun conversation. I think these are fun. This, I think, also went a little bit better than it did yesterday. Have to do power scaling on D&D. Go ahead, man. I'd love to see some of it. Scale it, get the lore that you need, Maybe use some of the books if you can. Tal Calc for Orochimaru's Snake with City Block and Low End with Sasuke's Fireball. Is it like the vaporizing the ground beneath them stuff? W Stream, thanks for hosting. Community needs more healthy discussions. Yeah, no, for sure. I want to do more stuff like this. There are definitely more questions that if we can have them on a more broad perspective, we can have more of these debates. And if you guys want to see more, if you guys would like to see more characters or more people talking about actual debates, for example, 1v1s or specific debates talking about, specific characters, I think that also works perfectly well. Apparently, JJK Twitter is raging right now because Shueisha / Gege interview to Season 3 confirmed Kirara to be a guy. To have so little problems in love, am I right? I just think it's weird for people to have an issue with Kirara being a guy. Like,
Yeah. Don't forget, Aura owes us all $1 million. That's crazy. I think it's just a little bit... I just think it's a little bit strange. I don't know. Let me actually put this up real quick, because I do need to record one more time. I forgot to put up the thing. It'll just take 2 seconds. It's going to be recording this. I'm just going to take the Malevolent stuff, and then there we go. Okay. That's enough of that. Yeah, I just need about 10 seconds worth of stuff. Okay. Anyway, let's do some actual versus battles sometime. Yeah, we can actually do some real versus battles. If you guys want to offer any versus battles next week, Monday or Tuesday, you guys can bring up any debates you guys would like to go on stream and actually have a discussion in. You guys can support your evidence on stream. Just have everything set up in such a way that we'll go over this more on Tuesday. You guys just have to essentially have the scans ready for like anything specific. One thing that I like to personally do is that if you guys want to do a debate stream and you guys want to actually provide real information and real actual context and evidence, just have your folder set up separately so that if you guys don't have to like just throw in a bunch of scans at once, you guys can actually provide your evidence in one shot. Do it however you want. Yeah, the creator vaporizes comes out to town level. I see it. I see it. I see where you're coming from. Yeah, I think that's been like the common consensus for people who have done Naruto power scaling, where Sasuke's fireball goes for town level. I would just scale D&D crystal sphere as a solar system and a small universes with slightly different sub-magical and cosmic laws by divine beings who rule them. I have no fucking clue. Probably have to throw in some lore implications in there. Man, why rage about a character not being trans when he was never said to be? Making up stuff and getting mad when it's not true. High cholesterol activities. I don't know if you meant cholesterol or cortisol, but I guess both would technically apply here. I don't know, man. I mean, I think you could be trans and also... I think it'd be a trans or a cross-dresser and also not have to, like, have gone down a surgical route. I mean, if Kirara's a guy, still holding on to a bit of a... I don't know... the tool there, I think it's fine. They can just dress however they want. They have free will, or I guess, within the context of their stories. I totally do a versus involving someone from D&D like Elminster or Lady Pain. Go ahead. If you can get the scaling ready and you can, provide the evidence for it, I think you're more than welcome to go for it. I'm not going to sit here and tell you what's right or wrong in terms of D&D scaling. If you want to be the first real D&D power scaler, you're also welcome to do that. I know. You know, there's always got to be a first, and you can be that. You know what I mean? It's all well and fine. Grammy is weak to blitzes. Can't heal instantly if you notice it's too late. It also work? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. The thing that I always want to ask you guys when it comes to, like, creating, debates when it comes to actual versus battles is to have an argument that is as comprehensive as possible. Forest of Death competitors can rival Orangetown Buggy. Fair enough. Fair enough. The entire Kirara's trans belief came from the fact that Megumi calls Kiara a she. Probably because Megumi met Kirara and thought it was a chick for the first time. I mean, I looked at Kirara and to be fair, I would say that I was part of the JJK fan base that believed that Kirara was a chick, but to be fair, it's just because I just didn't read it. I didn't see Kirara as anything special. I was like, oh, who's this chick? Probably not important right now, and I just kind of went ahead with it. But that's besides the point. Anyway, guys, I'm probably gonna leave the stream here for now. That also means that Ferris wheel statement from Hikaru was a mistranslation. I'm no expert, but people told me it doesn't only man, dude, or guy, but more like douchebag, dick, or ass. Alright. Do you think that Adami's abilities are better than Gremmy's, even if she has mental barriers and is careful how she uses her Adam manipulation powers? Well, I mean, I think there's a difference between manipulating atoms and literally just being capable of thinking up whatever you want. I think that Adami probably uses her abilities in a bit more of a creative way, at least from the stuff that I've seen, than Grammy. Granted, her abilities also have a bit more of a feedback loop. Since she doesn't have proper understanding and structuring for certain things, like it happened in, I think it was like season 2 or 3 of Invincible. Accidents can happen and it causes a massive shit show. So I would say that Adam Eve's abilities require her to have a better understanding of structures and atoms in general than someone like Grammy, who just has to think of your arms, legs, and body just essentially being that of a, cookie or what have you. But anyway, Reddit activities, nothing new. Yeah. Reddit activities, nothing new. It's nothing important. We don't really have to, like, stress it more than what it is. I mean, people are going to feel whatever kind of way
they want to feel about that kind of stuff, and I think that's fine, as long as it never gets to a very toxic position. But either way, guys, thank you all so much for joining. I appreciate each and every one of you. I especially appreciate those of you that went out of your way to actually debate on stream. But those of you that didn't or didn't want to, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that it all comes down to whether or not you are comfortable with this topic of discussion. So for that, I do want to say thank you all so much. And yeah, I'll catch you guys all next week. Peace out. Because Remy's ability is wildly explodable, just yell at him quick. Don't think about blowing yourself up. Think about blowing myself up. Boom. And then, yeah, he blows up. Yeah. Have a good night, guys.